the UK is going to get jabbed. A lot of people are saying jab now. Jab, you get the jab. Jab, jab, jab. All of a sudden, there's Mr. Trudeau announcing enough vaccine to vaccinate, I don't know, Kingston, I guess.
Except it won't be Kingston. It'll be, of course, spread out across the country. And
right.
It'll be a drop in the bucket when you look at the population of Canada, which is over 38 million people. You'll get 250,000 people out of that. That's a drop in the bucket, but it's a symbolic drop. It shows that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and for once, it's not the train coming at us.
Okay. What do you think, Andrew? How's the Prime Minister doing in the executing and the messaging of the vaccine rollout program?
we now have the doses for 250,000 doses, which of course people need 2 of. So that actually pans out to be probably about 3% of our population. But I do think when we're following this so closely, and the reporting on it is hour by hour, and these things don't change by the hour. So I feel for them. It is a double-edged sword, and I agree with everything Carl said. On the one hand, they had to provide some certainty to people about this announcement last week of doses in December, ahead of the pictures that we saw yesterday. I think yesterday did, to Carl's point, make a lot of people smile. It gave some hope, some light at the end of the tunnel. On the other hand, as we said, I heard the president of the Ontario Long-Term Care Association talk about how they're going to need close to 600,000 doses for the people that Ontario has identified as a priority in long-term care, and the staff and all the peripherals associated with that. So this full amount of doses doesn't even get to that point. So I think I think it's a question about, do people have the patience? I think by the time, Rob, that people like you, Carl, and I are looking at the opportunity even to receive this vaccine, it's going to be September or October of next year. And that's the question, which is, do people have the patience to wait?
Politically, Andrew, I guess I see a strategy here for the Prime Minister wanting to be so front and center, but I wonder politically if he should be, or whether he should put the Major General front and center, because it's the Major General, Fortin, who is really executing the plan. What do you think?
Well, I think in a few months from now, it's not going to be the Major General on the ballot, and
right.
That's why I think the Prime Minister does need to accept the responsibility. In that, I am glad that he is doing that, and I think that's what Canadians would expect in their leaders. And when we look at the rollout of how they've conducted this, I don't think it's any surprise that the Prime Minister is abandoning, as Carl said, this sort of strategy of under promise and over deliver, which is, they're going to have to set the stage to convince people that this is well in hand by the time that they bring down their next budget, knowing full well that that's going to, in more likelihood than not, bring us into the next election. And he's got to have the confidence of Canadians. And when right before we came on, we're hearing this research poll talking about how only 55% of Canadians are comfortable with receiving this vaccine, even if that means getting back to some normal. So clearly, lots of work needs to be done by the federal government to get that confidence.
I know. I get it. The politics of it, I guess, but he really is thrusting himself center stage, showing up where it used to be just, for example, Dr. New and Dr. Tam doing daily briefings on the state of the virus in Canada. And now with the vaccine deployment plan, he has appointed Major General Fortin, and yet it's Captain Trudeau is at the center of these briefings. I just wonder if politically that could backfire, Carl. Could it backfire on him if he keeps doing that?
It will backfire if it doesn't work.
Right.
I mean, that's the simple answer to your question. But it is interesting to watch the different jurisdiction and how they are handling the messaging about the rollout, and some are being done by public health officials, and some are being done by the politicians, and it's a big difference. It's also very interesting that we're asking the Army to take care of it in terms of logistics, and in the case of Ontario, it's a retired General Hillier that's taking care of it, and in Quebec, they didn't have a general, but they were calling him the General anyway.
Oh.
It's quite interesting in terms of what the framing is for this conversation. So listen, I think Trudeau has been less front and center than he was in the spring. I think that did it some good. At the same time, I think that the government feels that he is still the best vehicle to carry the message of the government, and that's why you will see him front and center when big announcements and big rollouts are being put forward.
Okay. What do you think, Carl, staying with you here, how the opposition is doing at holding him to account? I mean, this is a monumental logistical effort, the likes of which none of us have ever really seen in our lifetimes. And you would like to think that this would be a time when the country could set aside petty partisan politics, but to dream. It's just not the case. How do you think Aaron O'Toole and Mr. Singh are doing at this point?
Well, you have to strike the right balance, and it's a difficult thing to do. And there's so many pieces when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the sanitary measures, when it comes to the rollout of the vaccine. And I don't think that the opposition is making much of a dent into the Liberals' current approval ratings because they are unable to strike that chord. Part of the problem for the Conservatives is that they have in their own caucus somebody putting forward an anti-vaccine petition in the name of Derek Sloan, MP and former leadership contender. And it was kind of funny to see Aaron O'Toole says, well, see, Derek Sloan is a Conservative MP, but it's really Trudeau's fault if there are people that are anti-vaccine. I think that's a problem for Aaron O'Toole when it comes to credibility. As for Jagmeet Singh and the NDP, I mean, they're doing well when they're talking about health for people. On the health front, they haven't been able to put forward a current message on that. On the economic front, I think that what we're seeing in the past few days with companies giving, the help they receive from the federal government to shareholders as dividends, that's gold for the NDP. They have an opportunity here to showcase that the Liberals did not have the right priority when it came to helping people through this crisis.
Okay. Andrew, what do you think on the job the opposition is doing in holding the government to account on the vaccine rollout?
I'd have to agree with Carl. I think Jagmeet Singh's doing a better job in the sense of playing that role as official opposition. He's been able to produce some tangible results that he can trumpet to his constituency. However, what I would say is that I don't know if the role of official opposition is the role Aaron O'Toole wants to be playing right now. I think he wants to be playing the role of Prime Minister in waiting. And the Conservatives have really taken this nuanced approach that basically outlines, we're going to point to where, small things that could be better could have been executed better. But that's a really difficult message to communicate. And the trouble with that approach is, when things become too similar in the next election, you're really leaving it up to a coin toss and really banking on the Prime Minister's shortcomings at that point. But I would say what Erin O'Toole has done a great job at, and you'll have noticed this past week marked the first 100 days for Erin O'Toole in office. I actually think the next 100 days are much more important, because at the end of those 100 days, I do think we're headed into an election. So his work that he's doing in terms of getting the party ready, getting candidates nominated, and really presenting himself as that conservative voice with these similar nuanced policies that would increase and still continue to get the support to Canadians that they need at this time is exactly the tone he's going for.
What do you think of Andrew's timing there? Say an election in 100 days, 3.5 months from now, Carl? March, sometime in March, April, maybe?
It's not impossible. I mean, I think that the case for an election was stronger before the Wee scandal, and then we kind of missed that window this fall when Trudeau tried to get an election but did not dare bring his government down by going to the Governor General. So I think that come the spring, if the vaccination rollout goes fairly smoothly and things are improving, you could have a budget. You could have the Liberals going to the people and say, we need a strong, clear mandate to go to the next phase. Because currently in the House of Commons, we have instability.
Dysfunctional. It's dysfunctional.
Yeah. It's horrible. All these pesky questions. Position. They're not willing to work with us.
They want Parliament to sit all the time.
A strong, stable majority government.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like your messaging. I like your strong, stable majority Liberal government. Okay. All right. We'll be right back. Michael Sabia. The new kid in town, well, not so much. But what does his appointment mean for big, dreamy infrastructure plans? We'll talk about it next on The Political Fix here on The Rob Snow Show, Rogers TV, and City News.
The location is unique. There's, as you can see, it's open. And we have large windows. You can sit down and you can look outside. And this scene is not many scenes like that in Ottawa anymore, with the high buildings. And we have the train station to the west of us. We have the train yards to the south. We have Saint Laurent Shopping Center, not far from here. And OC Transpo, not far from here. And the train, the light train, again, is not far from here. You can find breakfast. The breakfast, it was 7 or 8 years ago, it was one of the best five restaurants in Ottawa, one of the best. One of the 5 best breakfasts in Ottawa. 7 or 8 years ago, it was in the Citizen. And our club sandwich is voted by customers the best in town. And the pea soup, too, is voted the best in town. We sell, we make pizza, we make Italian food, Lebanese dishes. Many customers describe it as it has the prices of the 60s. Very reasonable prices. And the food, many say the best in town. Not me. Many customers say that. It was a shock. It was a shock. And we went from doing well to barely doing very little. We relied heavily on the takeout. And the takeout was not that much. There was some. I hear from many customers that they are willing to come and sit inside. They're not afraid of the spread, as long as we wash our hands, sanitize everything, and wear your mask and keep the distancing. most or all our customers are okay with that. So they are against the lockdown, They are supporting us a lot. And if it wasn't for the community loyalty, we wouldn't be here today. So I have to thank them for their support so far. It's been great.
So keep up with Rob.
The Rob Snow Show returns on Rogers TV and City News, 101.1 FM and 1310 AM.
Round two of the Political Fix with Carl Boulanger of Traxion Strategies and Andrew Brander from Crestview. What do you know about Michael Sabia, and what do you think his appointment as the right-hand man of Chrystia Freeland in finance? Carl, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it shows first that the leaks, the helpful leaks from the PMO, that there was disagreement between Trudeau and Morneau, and between the PMO and some key players at finance were true. I think that's, scandal was a convenient reason to oust Morneau, but the sudden departure of Deputy Finance Minister Paul Rochon, he announced the day after the economic update that he was leaving his job next week. That's unusual timing indeed, and the quick replacement of Rochon by Michael Sabia shows that there was a plan. Now, Michael Sabia is someone who has a lot of experience in investing other people's money in grandiose projects, so he'll fit right in with Justin Trudeau. Not that these projects are always effective. The REM transit project in Montreal is a good example. Here you have a $7 billion rail system, completely independent, competing, in fact, against Montreal's public transit system. A bit like if Ottawa, needed a new agency to create a new rail system. That would be independent from OC Transpo and the other thing, and it would be owned by an investment arm of the government, which would have stations from shopping malls and other businesses owned by that investing arm.
That's how the REM works in Montreal?
That's basically how the REM works.
Wow. I didn't know that. That is very interesting. Okay. Yeah. What do you know about his vision for infrastructure? Because he does talk in these grandiose. Grandiose is a good word, Carl. Like one generation defining. He calls it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of good slogan and sloganeering, and that's been one of the problems of the Trudeau government, governing by slogans. So in that sense, Michael Sabia fits right in. Now, the key thing is that often the projects that Michael Sabia has been involved with, whether he was at the head of the Caisse de Dépôt or other places where he's been, they don't seem to address the need of ordinary people. They seem to be projects to lay out a vision, to leave a legacy, to leave imprint his mark.
Okay.
And the fact that his appointment was quite welcomed by the Business Council of Canada shows that his priority might not be with people. So if people are thinking that slogans will work in thetheir favor, let's wait and see.
More Bay Street than Main Street, Carl.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, Andrew. What do you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I think that's right. He's a bit of a corporate legend, having served in some pretty key leadership roles in the government and the broader public service. Certainly, I think he has the ear of the Prime Minister, which, given the most recent departures, is probably the number one trait that the Prime Minister was looking for in his new appointment. Very much aligned with the Prime Minister's sort of fundamental changes as part of this grand recovery, as Carl was talking about, sort of these sloganeering, if you will.
Right.
He'll be pushing this next budget towards servicing some of those big visions, which will ultimately turn into an election platform. As connected as he is, though, he's also a bit of an outsider. And I imagine there are a lot of disappointed deputy ministers across the federal government who really would have liked to see one of their own in this position, perhaps even the first female power duo, if you will.
I see.
So
okay.
that's.
All right. Well, that is interesting because the former deputy governor of the Bank of Canada, her name escapes me now, but there was all sorts of speculation that she may be elevated to the top job when Mr. Poloz left. His term was up as governor of the Bank of Canada, but that wasn't the case, and Tiff Macklem was brought back. And I think a lot of people thought, well, that's because Tiff Macklem is very much in line with the government's goals on environmentalism and sustainability and climate change and getting to net zero and these sorts of things. And now you have, as you say, Andrew, kind of Mr. Sabia being parachuted in, like over from the infrastructure bank, where not much got done at the infrastructure bank. So,
yeah.
Right. So, what do you have? You have two middle-aged white guys in these senior roles from this government.
He's a feminist, Rob.
Right?
What are you saying?
Yeah,
he's a feminist.
yeah. Well,
he wouldn't pass a woman over
No.
middle-aged white men for no good
Sure.
reason.
Yeah. Okay. Carolyn Wilkins, thank you, David, for pointing that out. Okay, let's play some tape of Jason Kenney. We have a couple of minutes left here. Jason Kenney from yesterday, please.
If stronger action is not taken now, we know that hundreds or potentially thousands more Albertans could die. We cannot let that happen. We will not let that happen. We simply cannot let this Christmas turn into a tragedy for many families.
I just have this vision of a political cartoonist drawing Jason Kenney kicking and screaming, because he had to be dragged kicking and screaming into doing that yesterday. And I can't help but wonder, Carl, what took him so long?
Jason Kenney wanted to make Alberta the Sweden of Canada. And it failed. It backfired badly. And I guess he was denying the evidence in front of him, denying the number. And part of that was because Alberta did very well during the first wave. There was not that many cases in Alberta. That's why the NHL chose Edmonton as a bubble city. But it didn't turn out that way in the second wave, because people took habits that were not in line with the health measures recommended elsewhere in Canada. And so they're paying the price right now. It's funny because when you have a government that has the tools to enforce sanitary measures and to protect their people, but are refusing to pay the political price that would come along with those measures, you end up with a situation we have now. And it's a situation where Jason Kenney is actually paying a worse price for what he has not done than for what he would have done. And you see it in the polls where the NDP now all of a sudden is back on top of voting intentions in Alberta.
Yeah, orange waves rising. Andrew, what do you think? What took him so long?
Very, very concerning numbers for Premier Kenney out in Alberta. That's for sure. I'm not just talking about the COVID numbers, obviously, but the polling numbers. And yeah, I mean, yesterday, even in capacity.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
Ottawa's known as one of the coldest capitals in the world and the most giving. We have teamed up with the Snowsuit Fund for the 10,000 Snowsuit Challenge. Together, we can reach a goal of 10,000 snowsuits and no cold kids. Buy a child a snowsuit. Text SNOW to 45678.
I'm Wendell Clark with a word about winning. We all know it takes a team effort in any sport and with any challenge. you can be a part of the winning team that shuts out impaired driving. Whether you're out on the town or just hanging out with friends, drink responsibly. Always have a plan for a safe ride home for yourself, your family, and your friends. You'll be helping to shut out impaired driving.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Each week on Grill This, Smoke That, Steph Legary showcases delicious recipes from across Canada, all done on the grill. Join Steph and his special guests on Grill This, Smoke That, Fridays on Rogers TV.
This is Rogers TV.
Testing 1 2 for Rogers. 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2.
Good morning, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, on va commencer la réunion dans une minute. We'll start the city council.
We'll start the meeting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public and the media. Welcome to Ottawa City Council for the 9th of December. Bienvenue à la réunion du Conseil municipal pour le 9 décembre 2020. For those who are able to, please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. Merci. A few reminders for today's meeting, which is being held using Zoom. Members of council and staff, please stay on mute at all times unless called upon to speak. Members of council, if you wish to speak to an item, please use the raise hand feature located at the bottom of the participants list in Zoom, *9 for members who are on the phone. This meeting will be broadcast on Rogers TV, and members and staff are asked to position their cameras so that their faces are centered and as close to the top of the frame as possible. Phone-in participants, please do not put the phone on hold. Madam Deputy Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Je suis présent.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Harder.
Here.
Councillor Suds.
Here.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Here.
Councillor Shirelli.
Here.
Councillor Eglai.
Here.
Councillor Deans.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Conseil Fleury.
Bonjour. Hello.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor McKenney.
Present.
Councillor Leeper.
Good morning.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Present.
Conseil Cloutier.
Present. Here.
I see you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor DeRose.
Here.
Councillor Moffat.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Mayor Watson.
You see?
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
For those member of staff who have joined the Zoom call, you may be returned to the waiting room where you'll be able to listen to the meeting if we reach the maximum number of staff as panelists in the call, but we will return you back to the meeting for your item if necessary.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Clerk. Confirmation of minutes, adoption de procès-verbaux pour le 25 novembre.
No adoption of minutes for the 25th of November. Adopté.
Declaration of interest, including those originally rising from prior meetings. Déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. In accordance with Section 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, RSO 1990, I, Councillor Diane Deans, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on Item 9, Community and Protective Services Committee 2021 Draft Operating and Capital Budget Children's Services as follows. User fees, page 35 of the CPSC budget book, and Municipal Child Care Centers Operating Resource Requirement, pages 33 to 34 of the CPS budget book, as my daughter works at the Centre Éducatif Tournesol Municipal Child Care Center, which receives funding from these budget line items.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, declaration of interest.
Thank you. In accordance with Sections 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, RSO 1990, I, Councillor Catherine McKenney, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following matters related to the 2021 draft operating capital budgets. Item 6, 2021 draft operating budget for the Ottawa Board of Health, Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care Programs, cost shared core programs, page 4 of the Board of Health budget book. As my spouse is on the board of the directors of Ottawa Inner-City Health, an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from this budget line item. And item 9, Community and Protective Services Committee, 2021 Draft Operating Capital Budget, Housing Services Operating Resource Requirements, page 37 of the CPSC budget book as follows. Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, Home for Good, Reaching Home, as my spouse is employed by the Options by Town, an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Luloff, please.
I, Councillor Matthew Luloff, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following matters related to the 2021 draft operating and capital budgets. Item number 4, Ottawa Police Services 2021 draft operating and capital budgets, operating resource requirements on pages 93 and 94. And item 9, Community Protective Services Committee 2021 draft operating and capital budget, fire services operating resource requirement, page 8 of the CPSC budget book, as my spouse is employed by Versaterm Public Safety, a software firm that provides RMS, MDT, and CAD services to both the Ottawa Police and Ottawa Fire Services, and would receive funding from, or would potentially receive funding from, these budget line items.
Thank you. Councillor Eglai, or a declaration of interest, please.
I have both, Mr. Mayor, actually, but I'll start with the declaration of interest. I, Councillor Keith Eglai, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following matters in relation to the 2021 draft operating capital budgets. Item 3, 2021 draft operating budget, Crime Prevention Ottawa, transfers, grants, financial charges, page 1 of the CPO budget book. Item 6, 2021 draft operating budget for the Ottawa Board of Health, Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care Programs and Standards, 100% city programs, page 4 of the Board of Health budget book. And item 9, Community Protective Services Committee 2021 draft operating capital budget as follows. 1, Community and Social Services, Housing Services, page 37 of the CPSC budget book as follows. Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, Home for Good and Reaching Home. 2, Community and Social Services Partner and Stakeholder Initiatives, Community Funding, page 41 of the CPSC budget book. As I sit on the Board of Directors of the Youth Services Bureau, an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items. I also have a point of personal privilege related to the budget, Mr. Mayor. I rise in a point of personal privilege. My spouse is a member of the Nepean Rito and Osgood Community Resource Center Board of Directors, an organization that receives funding from the city. While I have no pecuniary or financial interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I've decided to declare this relationship to provide transparency in the spirit of Section 1 of the Code of Conduct and to fulfill my responsibilities under Section 243 of the Municipal Act in participating in this debate and voting on this matter. In addition, I have filed with the Clerk's Office a copy of the Integrity Commissioner's memorandum on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. A point of personal privilege, Councillor Suds.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Jenna Suds, rise on a point of personal privilege to disclose that I have recently acquired a home near the lands of the proposed plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment, 7000 Campo Drive, which is before Council today. I have disclosed this matter to the Integrity Commissioner and sought advice on the implications of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act and the Code of Conduct, and was advised that I do not have a pecuniary conflict of interest and therefore may participate in the discussion and vote on the matter. While I have no pecuniary interests under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I have decided to declare this matter to provide greater transparency in the spirit of the Code of Conduct for members of Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other conflicts of interest? Est-ce qu'il y a des autres conflits d'intérêt?
Any other conflicts of interest?
I, Councillor Rick Shirley, declare a direct pecuniary interest on the following matters to be considered by City Council on the 9th of December 2020. A report by the City Clerk, College Ward 8, delegation of budgetary approval authorities and related matters, and B, any related matters brought to the floor. Note, this matter is currently before Divisional Court with a hearing date scheduled for January 13th, 2021. So in light of this legal...
So I think we just lost Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Shirelli, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, we just lost you the last 30 seconds. If just go back 30 seconds.
Okay. Any other related matters brought to the floor? Note, this matter is currently before Divisional Court with the date of the hearing scheduled for January 13th, 2021. So in light of this legal proceeding, I have been advised to say nothing further on the matter.
Okay, thank you. Any other conflicts of interest, declaration of conflicts of interest or points of personal privilege? No. Okay, thank you. Communications as presented. Regrets, no regrets filed to date. Notice to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. That the following reports to be received and considered. One, the report from the Deputy City Treasurer entitled 2021 Draft Operating and Capital Budgets. Two, the report from the Committee of Adjustment entitled Committee of Adjustment 2021 Draft Operating Budget. Three, the report from Crime Prevention Ottawa entitled 2021 Draft Operating Budget Crime Prevention Ottawa. Four, the report from the Ottawa Police Services Board entitled Ottawa Police Service 2021 Operating and Capital Budgets. Five, the report from the Ottawa Public Library Board entitled Ottawa Public Library 2021 Draft Budget Estimates. Six, the report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled 2021 Draft Operating Budget for the Ottawa Board of Health. Seven, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 18. 8, Audit Committee Report 9. 9, Community and Protective Services Committee Report 15A. 10, Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management Report 12A. 11, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 19, 12, Information Technology Subcommittee Report 3, 13, Planning Committee Report 33, 14, Transit Commission Report 7, 15, Transportation Committee Report 14, and 16, Item 1 of Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 18 entitled Lansdowne Annual Report and COVID-19 Impacts Update. 17, the report from the City Clerk entitled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for Items Subject to the Planning Act Explanation Requirements at the City Council meeting of November 25th, 2020. And 18, the in-camera report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled Appointment of Associate Medical Officer of Health in-camera personal matters about an identifiable individual reporting out date upon council approval, and that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the report from the City Clerk entitled College Board 8 Delegation and Budgetary Approval Authorities as Council on November 25th, 2020, directed this report be brought forward at this meeting, and the next regular council meeting is not scheduled until January 27th, 2020.
Okay, thank you. On the motion, carried. Adopté. Okay, so colleagues, we'll go, the process will follow this morning, excuse me, as we'll go through the consent agenda and those items that there's consensus on, we'll vote on those and then move to committee of the whole, and then we'll go into the budget, deal with all the budget items, and then go back to the items that were not on consent to deal with them at the end of the meeting. So we're going to go now to page 22 of your agenda, and those items that are going to be held for obvious reasons, amendments and so on, we'll just pass on those. So the first one is postponements and deferrals, FEDCO Report 18, Lansdowne Annual Report and COVID Impacts Update. So we'll come back to that. Item 17, Ottawa Board of Health, the Conseil de Santé d'Ottawa. We have a recommendation of the appointment of an Associate Medical Officer of Health. Is there any reason to go in camera by anyone? No, so the council recommend the appointment of Dr. Michelle Foote as Associate Medical Officer of Health to the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care in accordance with the City of Ottawa Act 1999 and Health Protection and Promotion Act. And number 2, subject to approval of recommendations 1, the council transmit its recommendation for approval to the appointments to the Minister of Health and Long-Term Care. Carried? Carried. Congratulations to Dr. Foote. Next is committee reports. Rapport des comités Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Rapport de numéro 18 du Comité de l'Agriculture.
Report 18 from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee.
Redesignation and rezoning of areas no longer identified by the province as provincially significant wetlands. Carried? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Shantiri. Audit Committee Report number 9, Ernst & Young Audit Plan. Received? Received. Item 20, there's a technical amendment by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by myself, with respect to holding the Lansdowne waterfall audit for discussion with item 16.
I don't have that.
The facilities audit, I apologize.
The facilities audit, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will just read therefore that the report titled Office of the Auditor General Annual Report and Detailed Audit Reports, including the Facilities Management Audit, be replaced with revised reports submitted to the Office of the City Clerk and distributed with the draft agenda on December 4th.
Okay, on the technical amendment.
Carried.
Main report is amended.
On the report, Mayor, I understand the Lansdowne audit will be considered at the same time as the Lansdowne items separately on the COVID-19 piece. But I just want to make sure I'm going to have time to ask questions. I have questions on the audit, and I don't want that to
both.
So 5 minutes for each.
Yes.
So I just want to be clear. So I have 5 minutes on the audit and 5 minutes on the Lansdowne items. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so as the councillor mentioned, we'll hold the Lansdowne waterfall audit for discussion with item 16, but carried on the rest of the report as amended. Carried. FEDCO report number 19, rapport numéro 19 de FEDCO, funding cost-effective energy evolution projects. Carried. Item 22, divestment from fossil fuels and increase in sustainable assets. Carried. Midterm governance review. There's a number of motions. We'll come back to that. Excuse me. Ottawa ward boundary. A number of changes on that is being proposed. Byward Market Realm Public Realm Study. Councillor Fleury, seconded by myself with respect to deferral. Councillor Fleury, please.
We are asking for deferral based on the fact we have a very heavy agenda and it is an important item, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if the clerk has the wording to put on the screen.
I think if we get the wording up there, it's relatively short deferral motion. There we go, Councillor Fleury.
Whereas the Byward Market Public Realm was considered by the Finance and Economic Development Committee on December 1st, whereas given the very heavy agenda for today's council meeting, myself, I've requested to defer the report until the next council meeting. Therefore, be it resolved that Byward Market Public Realm Plan report be deferred to the next council meeting, which is scheduled January 27th, 2021.
Okay, thank you. On the motion. Item number 26, the Châtelet Building 205 Scholastic Drive. Carried. Planning Committee report number 33, rapport numéro 33 du Comité de l'Urbanisme.
Report number 33 of the planning.
Carried. Item 28, application for demolition and new construction at 390, 394 Bank Street, a property located in the Centertown Heritage Conservation District designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Carried. Transit Committee report number 7, rapport numéro 7 de la Commission de Transport en Commun.
Report number 7 from the Transit Committee.
Boundary of urban transit area for 2021. Carried.
I dissent, Mr. Mayor.
Dissent by?
Councillor Fleury.
Sorry, by who?
Councillor Fleury.
Councillor Fleury, okay. Report requiring suspension of the rules of procedure, College Ward, delegation of budgetary approvals, authorities, and related matters. I believe Councillor Shirelli will step aside from this item. Is that correct, Councillor?
That's correct. I'll leave the meeting right now.
Okay. So we need to suspend the rules. On suspension of the rules. Carried. On the report as presented by the clerk. Carried. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda at this time? On the bulk consent agenda as presented.
Carried.
Okay, so now we're going to go back and we're going to deal with technical amendments on the budget document as well as the roadmap. So first we have some technical corrections by Councillor Ludoff, seconded by Councillor Dudas. If we can put that up on the screen. These are various corrections and delegation to the Chief Financial Officer as presented. We'll just wait to get that up on the screen, and then Councillor Luloff can introduce it. I think we can just go category by category as opposed to reading the whole thing. It's quite lengthy and a number of boxes. So Councillor Luloff.
Whereas on November 4th, 2020, Council received and tabled the 2021 draft capital and operating budget transmittal report and associated committee budget books. And whereas on December 4th, 2020, all members of Council received as part of draft agenda for the December 9th, 2020 meeting of Council a revised version of the Treasurer's transmittal report for the 2021 budget that was originally received and tabled at the special City Council meeting on November 4th, 2020, with the updates to the report and associated supporting documents summarized in the table below. So if Council can just take a look here. So report document 1, document 2, and a second on document 2 for the 2021 reserve continuity forecast. And whereas in its November 26, 2020 meeting, the Planning Committee approved a revised Planning Committee draft 2021 budget book that included various corrections, and staff have since determined that additional corrections are required to the user fees for both right-of-way, heritage, and urban design and planning services as outlined in the table below. That's for right-of-way, heritage, and urban design, planning services, page 15, and planning services, page 14. And whereas it has been determined that various updates to service area names are required in some committee budget books to reflect the city's current organizational structure, therefore be it resolved, Council as committee of the whole receive and consider the revised version of the transmittal report for the 2021 budget, and be it further resolved, the City Council as committee of the whole receive and consider the further revised Planning Committee draft 2021 budget document, and be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer be delegated the authority to make any required updates to service area names and the final budget documents to ensure they reflect the city's current organizational structure. Thanks for bearing with me on that.
Okay, I think some dog wants to go out for a walk right now. So on the motion, carried. Carried.
Carried.
Now the roadmap motion for consideration. Yeah, Councillor Deans, if you can move that we resolve into committee of the whole, please. I think you're on mute, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Am I off mute now?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. That City Council resolved to move into Committee of the Whole pursuant to sections 52 and 53 of the procedure bylaw.
On the motion, carried. Adopted. Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Luloff, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Dudas. If you could read the first portion of the roadmap, please.
Be it resolved that City Council as Committee of the Whole receive and consider the draft 2021 operating and capital budgets as recommended by the Committee of Adjustment, Crime Prevention Ottawa, the Ottawa Police Services Board, the Ottawa Public Library Board, the Ottawa Board of Health, and by Standing Committees Transit Commission and Information Technology Subcommittee, and the draft 2021 rate supported operating and capital budgets as recommended by the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management as listed in the Council agenda, and incorporating all amended budget books and pages. And be it further resolved that Council sitting as Committee of the Whole receive and consider the following motion. That the Committee of the Whole recommends that Council 1 approve the 2021.
Sorry, Councillor, we'll go from there. Thank you very much for that. Well, good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone.
2021 is a responsible and progressive budget that strikes the right balance, I believe, between supporting our community's needs during the pandemic and delivering essential municipal services at an affordable level of taxation. Today, I want to highlight key investments and issues. I believe that the 2021 budget provides the flexibility needed to deal with the budget pressures expected to result from the COVID-19 pandemic. Ce budget important nous donne la flexibilité.
This important budget gives us the flexibility that we need to face the pandemic.
Ontario and the province and the government of Canada, who have increased financial support to municipalities in 2020 to help us deal with the costs, increases, and unprecedented revenue shortfalls every municipality from coast to coast is facing. Again, I want to thank both Premier Ford and Prime Minister Trudeau for their support and their willingness to work with the municipal order of government. To date, Ottawa, as you know, has received $124.2 million in COVID-19 safe restart funding to address citywide COVID pressures, including transit pressures. This represents 68% of our overall COVID-related funding gap for 2020. Our Phase 2 application has been submitted, and I'm confident that the province will help make municipalities whole as the pandemic continues in 2021. What has become clear is that we must stay in lockstep with our provincial and federal partners to get through this crisis. It is clear that we will have to work together for years to come, not only on public health responses, but also on the much needed recovery plan to let people get back to work across all sectors of our local economy. I'd like to again thank the city manager, the city treasurer, and the senior management team for their hard work in developing this budget under very challenging forecasting conditions. I also want to thank our senior leadership team under the able guidance of Steve Kanalakis and our treasurer, Wendy Stephenson, and deputy treasurer, Isabel Jasmine, and all of their hard working staff for their very strong and caring COVID response. I also want to thank Serge Arpin, Robin Guest, and Mathieu Gravel in my office and others in the organization, and thank all members of council for engaging their public in online and Zoom public consultations, obviously much different this year than years gone by. Je suis fier de la réponse de la ville menée par notre équipe de leadership à cette crise.
I'm very proud of the city's response to this crisis.
Nothing is more important than maintaining our core services during this very challenging time. Also, and more than any other year, I believe that residents are realistic about the city's fiscal capacity. Many individuals and families are struggling to get by, and they just want us to live within our means. Just yesterday, for instance, I heard that the average grocery bill for a family of four is projected to go up by $695 next year, mostly due to COVID pressures and things like forest fires in California, all outside of our control. Many families are living paycheck to paycheck, and the city has a responsibility to tighten its belt and not add to that financial burden during these difficult times. Budget 2021 has a total operating budget of $3.94 billion and a total capital budget of $781 million. These are big numbers, but we must remember that this budget is built to support our residents, especially those who need it most, and that includes those who have been on the front lines of this pandemic, keeping our communities safe. The work at Ottawa Public Health, or as paramedics. They pick up our garbage and recycling every week. They work at the cash at the grocery store as a PSW at your parents' long-term care home. Ces résidents ont répondu à l'appel.
These residents have stepped up and have responded to our call to get us through this pandemic.
Build and operate our affordable housing sector or keep our drinking water safe. Residents have told us that they expect a responsible and cautious approach to Budget 2021, with several needs coming front and center, including support for Ottawa Public Health and other frontline workers such as paramedics and long-term care workers. Working collaboratively with other levels of government towards practical and responsive solutions. Immediate action to create affordable communities that support residents, including affordable housing. A sustainable economy that supports local businesses and gets residents safely back to work as quickly as possible. Well-maintained roads and transit that connects to employment, maintaining and building infrastructure that is in a good state of repair, and of course, providing services to those who need it most in these challenging times. These are the priorities that we've heard through our consultation efforts, and these are the priorities that inform our budget decisions today. COVID has also made clear the need for isolation and social distancing, which is also contributing to an ongoing local housing crunch. Ottawa continues to have a stubborn vacancy rate of under 1.8%. Hard to believe, but in Ottawa, housing prices have been on the rise, up over 15% on average from year to year. Individuals and families continue to face challenges in accessing affordable housing. Nous faisons face à des prix du logement qui continuent d'augmenter.
We're facing an increasing housing crisis.
This brings the city's total contribution to $45 million since 2019. I'm also pleased that $5 million of the $15 million will be an increase to the affordable housing base budget. This is in addition to the $1 million base budget increase this past year. This revised base budget will contribute $60 million in new capital funding for housing over 10 years. This is on top of a projected $10 million from development charge revenues and $10 million from surplus land sales. These investments will help to fund the projected construction of 2,100 units over the next 10 years. Nous allons construire plus de 2,000 unités.
We're going to build more than 10,000 or 2,000 rather new units over the next 10 years.
The City of Ottawa has already been approved for $32 million through the Federal Rapid Housing Initiative. That's 109 new units to be built within a year. I had the pleasure of joining Minister Hussein and Minister McKenna at that announcement yesterday. We've applied for several other projects through the Rapid Housing Project Stream, and we hope to learn early in the new year which of these projects will receive additional funding, but I'm encouraged by the Government of Canada's commitment to the City of Ottawa to date. Budget 2021 also provides $33 million to housing and homelessness agencies for case management, housing loss prevention, and operating funding for supportive housing. When you factor in the city's operating spending of $112 million in supportive housing and the $47 million in new capital funding, the city will invest historic amounts in housing next year, 2021. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the province of Ontario for the $31 million of social service relief funding. This funding is supporting many organizations across our city, including the well-known Parkdale Food Center to help make delicious take-home food for outreach workers to deliver to the people who need it most, Somerset West Health Center's Black Mental Health Association to help ensure a more equitable response to COVID-19 crisis and better outcomes for the Black community, Minawashan Lodge Indigenous Women's Support Center to provide families with food and technology to deal with isolation during these difficult times. These supports are critical to protect the health and resilience of our local social services network during the pandemic. This funding also enables the city to operate our respite, physical distancing, and isolation centers for people experiencing homelessness. This costs about $1.2 million each month, and it's another example of why we can't go it alone. The city's own funding for social service agencies under budget 2021 will be $25 million. We can't see the city and the province's contributions as in silos. Rest assured that taxpayers don't see these investments as silos. Nous devons travailler avec nos partenaires provinciaux pour
we have to maximize our investments.
Total grants to the social services sector of $25 million in 2021, combined with the province's $31 million contribution for COVID resiliency of social services, you get a total investment of $66 million over a 12-month period. That's a whopping 264% increase over the city's base contribution to social service agencies during the pandemic. And this is why I cannot support the call to increase the burden on City of Ottawa taxpayers to fund programs that are wholly under the provincial government's jurisdiction. In the next few weeks, Council will be making decisions on the projects that will be funded from the federal provincial $20 million COVID-19 resilience stream. This is another example of the impact of combining our more limited municipal tax base with that of the province of Ontario and the Government of Canada. Both levels of government, as we all know, have much greater fiscal capacity than the municipal government. And so by working together, we can get so much more done for our residents. We
must continue to work together to invest in these projects, and projects which are important for people living in Ottawa.
With our provincial partners to secure ongoing financial support for our social services beyond March 31st, 2021. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, the city's long-term care homes have continued to increase staffing levels to provide quality care and service to residents. Since the pandemic began, the city has hired an additional 200 staff to support these efforts. We've
taken on more than 200 new workers to take care of our seniors.
Budget 2021 also includes the following investments. Over $15 million will be invested in staffing, PPE, and infection control to address COVID-19. $7.6 million for renovations, equipment, and accessibility improvements to our 4 long-term care homes that the City of Ottawa operates. These investments are aimed at protecting the health and safety of residents, staff, and families while we continue to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic.
We're making other major investments to keep our community safe.
To hire 14 new frontline paramedics, the third installment on our 4-year goal of 54 new paramedics. In partnership with the Ottawa Hospital, our community paramedics have also been deployed to the red zones in long-term care homes and to mobile testing clinics. We've heard from over 100 public delegations at the Ottawa Police Services Board, and many of you have received significant correspondence on what is important discussion around the role of policing in this time. These delegations have articulated their concerns and have given us pause as we make these important budget decisions. What is before us today is an Ottawa Police Service budget that comes in at 3% on the tax side, plus 1.5% on new growth assessment. I believe that OPS must develop stronger partnerships with Ottawa Public Health, Community and Social Services, mental health, and other community service providers. OPS cannot do the work on their own. The community must be at the table for these important discussions.
The police service cannot do this alone. They must be able to count on partnerships across the community.
The Ottawa Police Service has actively participated in the city's Human Needs Task Force, which fosters greater teamwork and results for better outcomes for our residents. OPS and the city have been working together to shift their focus towards crime prevention and expanding community health and safety initiatives. The city and OPS are also actively refining our community safety and well-being plan. This plan will seek to address the more deeply rooted causes of crime, focus on prevention, leverage community partnerships, and take a multifaceted approach to community safety. The draft 2021 budget maintains the support for the hiring of 30 new officers that will be deployed to neighborhood resource teams to support growth areas and to the sex crimes unit. I believe that Ottawa Police Services needs to maintain its funding levels in order to increase its investments in community-based policing and in order to bring about this type of operational changes the community clearly expects. I strongly support Chief Slowly in his efforts to restructure the Ottawa Police Service to make it more responsive to the community's emerging needs. Cutting the OPS budget at this critical time would undermine the Chief's effort to renew and reform the organization. As I want to remind members of Council that we voted as recently as October 14th to not defund the Ottawa Police Service, a very strong majority of members of Council voted to not defund the police. There are some who will try to undermine this decision at every turn. Let's cut $1 million here, $1 million there, as we will see today. I would ask members of Council to please let the Chief of Police do the job he was hired to do. Give him, the board, and his team the tools they need to undertake the reforms that they have committed to in a very public fashion. I'd like to thank Chair Deans, Chief Slowly, and CFO Jeff Letourneau for their stewardship and willingness to look for new ways of finding efficiencies, streamline operations around community needs, and find ongoing operational savings. Today, I want to discuss the funding going to the city's environmental strategy. The focus of the Energy Evolution funding will be on the implementation of energy efficiency, conservation, and renewable energy generation projects.
We're making strategic investments in these areas to leave future generations with a better environment.
$3 million for the energy management investment strategy. We'll also work on increasing the city's capacity for climate resiliency. Our goal is to better position vulnerable areas against future environmental stress. This includes $2.5 million to implement the Ottawa River Action Plan and the Wet Weather Infrastructure Master Plan. Budget 2021 also includes $300,000 for the Wild Parsnip Management Program, $1.5 million to plant 125,000 trees, and in total, this budget includes just over $11 million to help us reach our GHG emission reduction targets in 2021. Another key priority is work to plan for the demographic changes associated with our aging population. Budget 2021 includes $31 million to remove physical accessibility barriers at existing city buildings and parks. Due to COVID-19, ridership levels and transit revenues have significantly increased, not only in Ottawa, but across the country and, for that matter, around the world. In 2021, COVID-related transit pressures are estimated to be $72.8 million. The city is anticipating provincial Safe Restart funding to cover the first quarter gap to the end of March of 2021. Regular fares, if the budget is approved, will increase by 2.5% effective January 1st because we need to stay on track with our long-range financial plan. Ottawa's regular fares are competitive and generally in line with other medium and large-sized cities across Canada. We
compare favorably with other Canadian cities.
The third consecutive year, the cost of the 2021 Equipass and Community Pass will both remain frozen at 2018 rates, an additional investment of $185,000. I'd like to remind members of council that Ottawa's Equipass is one of the least expensive in Canada. For example, we're often compared to Toronto. Toronto's low-income pass is $123 per month compared to Ottawa's low-income pass, which is $58 per month. In fact, Toronto's low-income pass, which costs $123 per month, is more expensive than our full-fare pass at $119 per month. Budget 2021 increases the transit levy by 4.6%. This represents roughly $33 for the average homeowner and is included within the overall tax cap of 3% that we voted on. 3 years ago, Council embarked on a plan to close the infrastructure gap in 7 years. That is why our total funding to maintain and renew tax-supported assets such as roads, sidewalks, and facilities will increase by $25 million this year, bringing us to $176 million invested in 2021. That's a 16% increase. In 2021, the road resurfacing budget will increase to $45 million, up from the yearly average of $35.5 million during the rest of the term of council. There's
a major increase in our investment in our roads and our sidewalks.
Provides investment of $28 million towards our road infrastructure. Our rural infrastructure investments will reach $40 million in 2021. Budget 2021 will also invest over $57 million for road growth projects, and these are essentially funded by development charges. In 2021, the city will resurface, renew, or rehabilitate approximately 116 kilometers of roads across the city. And Budget 2021 also includes $2 million for the Neighborhood Traffic Calming Measures Program, with each councillor receiving $50,000 for road safety initiatives in their communities. There's also $512,000 set aside for pedestrian crossovers in order to improve the safety of pedestrians at key crossings throughout the city. And Budget 2021 also includes $3.7 million for the network modification programs and $12 million for intersection improvements through the intersection control measures. Budget 2021 also includes funding for active transportation with an investment in both the Ottawa Pedestrian Cycling Plan of $12.5 million. The budget includes $4 million for the Road Safety Action Plan.
I'm very, very, very proud of these investments to provide a better safety for all road users.
Spend just over $1 billion on Stage 2 of LRT. Not everyone in Ottawa has the benefit of a high-paying, full-time public service job with benefits and a regular paycheck. That's why I'm proud of our council for maintaining our long-term commitment to invest in our basic infrastructure. These investments are helping to sustain our economy during these difficult, challenging times, creating more than 30,000 construction jobs right here in the city of Ottawa. These are proud, contributing members of our community who want to work alongside our transit operators and our other frontline workers, many of whom have continued to deliver essential services under very challenging circumstances, while tens of thousands of their fellow residents are able to work from home. Along with our investment in LRT, the city has secured funding for 4 new electric buses. These new flyer buses will hit the streets in the fall of 2021 to test their performances across a variety of routes and weather conditions.
These 4 new buses are the start of our transition to greener and more sustainable buses at OC Transport.
$2.4 million ward-specific recreation infrastructure investment fund, allowing members of council to invest in ward priorities. Budget 2021 also includes $6 million in park investments. And I'm proud of the continued progress on our stunning new Central Library project. The federal fall economic statement committed additional funding to increase the environmental sustainability of the new library to net zero. This is another example of how, working in partnership with other levels of government, we can get more done for our city and our residents. I want to thank Minister McKenna, as well as the President of the Treasury Board and the Minister of Canadian Heritage, for all working together with my office and with former Chair Tierney and now Chair Luloff on getting this great news in the economic statement just a few days ago. We also need to take an all-hands-on-deck approach to rebuilding our local economy. Please support our small businesses through these difficult times. Je vous en prie, appuyez nos petites entreprises lors de cette période difficile.
Please support businesses, local businesses during this difficult time.
COVID-19 impacted businesses. I want to thank Councillors El Shantiri and Councillor Dudas for their work with the Council of BIAs and the Mayor's Task Force on the Economy. Our patio team will also advance a $150,000 grant program to help BIAs and businesses associations undertake beautification on small capital projects that will help attract customers to their business districts. I want to thank Councillor Hubley, who also recognized many parts of our city do not have BIAs, but there are organizations and they'll be eligible for funding of this nature. Before wrapping up, I also want to mention once again the incredible work of Dr. Etches and her entire team at Ottawa Public Health. Under the leadership of our colleague Keith Eglai, Budget 2021 includes $22.5 million in city funding to OPH for a total budget of $98 million. This includes an additional $240,000 to cover inflationary pressures, allowing OPH to avoid a reduction of FTEs during this very significant time in our world's history. I believe we can all agree that this is not the time to be cutting employees at OPH. I remain committed to ensuring that OPH has the resources they need in 2021. I'll continue to work closely with our Chair of Public Health to achieve this goal, along with the Minister of Health and the Premier. They need our support to maintain their emergency COVID-19 response efforts, but also to maintain the quality core service residents across Ottawa rely on to improve health outcomes. In conclusion, I believe that Budget 2021 strikes the right balance of managing the COVID-related risk to taxpayers and residents, supporting our residents through the ongoing uncertainty by maintaining core services, reducing our infrastructure gap by boosting our spending on roads, transit, and active transportation infrastructure, supporting our local economy with a renewed focus on the local job market through the period of recovery, and caring for the most vulnerable in our community, which includes boosting our investments in affordable housing. Budget 2021 also delivers on Council's commitment to keep taxes at 3%. Je suis fier que nous respectons notre engagement de maintenir les.
I'm very, very proud that we've decided to commit to keeping the tax increase to 3%.
Six-figure income or pension. These include new Canadians, seniors on fixed income, and single moms and dads, many of whom have bought into the housing market as part of the Canadian dream of home ownership. There are thousands of 1 and 2 income households who have purchased a home over the course of the last 3, 5, or 10 years, and they look to us to honor the commitment we made to try to keep our city affordable. And the single most important decision we can make in this regard is to honor the commitment we made to keep the tax increase at 3%. Reminder, inflation is running at about 1.75%. The easiest thing for us to do is to raise someone else's taxes. If our investments in social services were dropping significantly, one could argue the need for additional taxation to boost spending. But our municipal investments in support to the most vulnerable are not dropping. In fact, they're increasing significantly. And when combined with the investments made by other levels of government in support of our most vulnerable, these investments are increasing quite significantly. And I will continue to work tirelessly with Council's support to ensure that Ottawa continues to get its fair share of available funding from upper orders of government. This support will be critical for our economic recovery and to sustain the momentum on city building projects such as LRT to Stittsville, Canada, and Barrhaven. I look forward to the day very soon where we'll be turning our attention to the economic recovery and to working together to restore the jobs lost during the pandemic. Merci à tous nos résidents qui ont contribué.
To all residents who have continued to monitor and follow this budget process.
The challenges of the changing world in which we find ourselves. We stand ready to return to the thriving city we all love, but we will need a sustained team effort to get there. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And now we'll head to the roadmap. Item 1 is the approval of the 2021 draft operating budget for Committee of Adjustment.
Mr. Mayor, just point of order. If members of council have motions or want to speak on the budget, when is it appropriate?
Do you have a motion on this item that hasn't been submitted on the Committee of Adjustment?
No, I'm just clarifying as we head into the roadmap.
Yeah, well, all the motions that have been submitted to the clerk I have, and we will raise them when we get to the item. But if you have an item on that you haven't submitted, you're best to wait until we get to that item, unless you want to send it in earlier so it gives the clerk a little more time to distribute it.
And to speak on the budget, it'll be at the end of the roadmap?
Sorry. The Deputy Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we will be going through the roadmap number by number, line by line. So if members wish to speak on a particular board or committee's budget, that would be before council votes on that line item in the roadmap.
Okay, so item 1, approve the 2021 draft operating budget for the Committee of Adjustment. I'll have to get my screen to show the hands because I don't see that right now. Does anyone wish to speak in the Committee of Adjustment? It's a very controversial budget. Carried.
Carried.
All right. There, we're off to a great start. Item 2, approve the 2021 draft operating budget for crime prevention Ottawa as follows. A, operating resource requirement transfer grants and financial charges. Councillor Eglai.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question on that. I know that.
Sorry, Councillor, I think you have a conflict of interest on.
I do, and I have a quick question about how that works. I note that Councillor Shirelli, with his conflict, left the meeting. How do we handle this? Do we just not vote? Do we shut off our camera? Do we get out of our seat? What would the clerk like us to do?
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest under the circumstances that when we get to the sub-item that the member has a declaration that they would, we will note verbally that you're stepping away and you can turn off your camera or step away from your chair if you have your camera on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so item 2A, Councillor Eglai, you have a conflict. So on the operating resource requirement transfer grants and financial charges, page 1. Carried. Carried. Item B, remaining crime prevention Ottawa 2021 draft operating budget. Carried. Okay, item 3, approve the 2021 Ottawa Police Services draft operating and capital budget as recommended by Ottawa Police. Councillor Luloff, you have a declaration of interest when we go on it. So Chief Slowly, or Chair Deans, would you like to offer any opening comments on the police budget?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. I want to take a moment to speak about the Ottawa Police Services budget. As you will recall from the budget directions, the budget recommendation is for a 3% increase plus 1.5% growth. The board has approved a budget in keeping with the budget directions, but I want council to understand that this has not been an easy process. The board heard from around approximately 150 public delegations between the Finance and Audit Committee and the board meeting. And we heard from hundreds more electronically. The message is clear that trust in policing has eroded, especially for members of our BIPOC community. As a result, we have a population of citizens that are hurt. To restore their faith, a great deal of work needs to be done. I truly believe that the work this budget will support will bring at least some of the change we so urgently need. The Police Services Board has committed to a vast array of reviews and actions in 2021. We will expand the training and well-being protocols for all of our members. We will conduct reviews of our use of force policies and the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. We have committed to developing a new mental health strategy, which will be led by the community, by experts, and by the people with lived experience. OPS will need to be at the table, but as a participant, not as the lead. The board fully recognizes that we need the community to guide us through these monumental changes. We acknowledge that we need to consult in a way that historically has not been done. We are committed and determined to make that change happen. We have approved a mediation process to help us restore our lines of communication with the community. We have provided the Community Equity Council with an extra $25,000 to assist with their work to advance and strengthen relationships with diverse communities. And this budget includes an extra $150,000 to help the board ensure that consultations on policy reviews are robust and inclusive. For the first time ever, we have approved a community partnership fund of $150,000 annual base funding to exclusively assist the community and local organizations with their efforts to engage and influence Ottawa policing. The board heard the community and members of council when some of you said that more neighborhood officers may not be the answers to the problems you are facing in your communities. We heard you and we acted. The board has asked the service to work with communities and determine the makeup of the 30 growth hires and what will best serve each neighborhood. Our communities are unique and we should be able to reflect that. Instead of all 30 new hires being uniformed police officers, maybe a combination of youth outreach workers, mental health workers, and police would be a better approach. We are willing to make that change. The goal of these efforts is to create a service that best reflects the needs of our city. We know that this work will ultimately result in a different makeup of the Ottawa Police Service. This is why the board will be creating a working group to look at how we can amend the 2022 budget to ensure it reflects the new ways we will operate, with the goal of assessing the feasibility of holding the 2022 budget at the 2021 level of funding. I want to thank everyone that came out to speak at both the Finance and Audit Committee and the board meeting. I know that many of you are not satisfied with the efforts that I've just outlined, but I, along with Chief Slowly and the Police Services Board, are determined to see change happen. So colleagues, I ask you to support the 2021 police budget, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Deans. Chief Slowly, do you have any comments before we get into motions and debate?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. Just echo the Chair's comments, but with a slight expansion. Certainly over the course of my first year here in office in this great city that stretches from east to west, north to south, the budget process may have been more intense over the last several weeks and months, but it started my first day in office when I presented last year's budget. We've made significant improvements based on that investment that taxpayers gave us. We've doubled the number of neighborhood resource teams. That has resulted in a 40% drop in violent crime in neighborhoods that were suffering from that. We have significantly expanded our mental health and wellness programs to support our members so they can go out and work in a supportive way in community. We have created brand new capabilities that did not exist before in this service, particularly around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we have overhauled our recruiting and hiring and coach programs so that the members we're hiring are far more diverse, representative of the expectations and values of this city. They're better trained and better equipped and better ready to serve and protect over the next 3 decades. The budget put forward for 2021 reflects similar investments, and we're very confident with the support of the board, this council, and our city partners that the return on that investment will be significantly achieved. We're looking forward to working with council going forward to next year. My last comment is I've heard from a lot of people, agencies, not-for-profit organizations, individual family owners, common men and women across this city. And there's an overwhelming sense of support for the members of the Ottawa Police Service, the work that they do, and an excitement to work with us going forward. And we're committed to that. Thank you very much, Mayor and Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Chief, and congratulations on your first year. It's a pleasure to work with you. So Councillor Menard and McKenney have a motion to reduce the police budget by $1 million. Councillor Menard, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And it's related to the red light traffic cameras, and that's the specific budget that it'd be changed from. And so I'll read the therefore be it resolves as that council reduced the Ottawa Police Service Board 2021 draft operating budget by $1.2 million, corresponding to the amount that would have been received from the city's red light camera revenue. And be it further resolved that the $1.2 million in revenue generated from red light camera enforcement that was budgeted to be transferred to the Ottawa Police Services be reallocated to the 2021 Transportation Committee budget, capital budget, less the estimated staffing costs to implement the ward installations, to increase the ward temporary traffic calming budgets for 2021, split evenly by all 23 wards. And the reason for this is fairly simple. It's that this gets better results. We know that engineering and road design is the best form of traffic calming. We know that we use our road traffic calming budgets for proactive measures in order to calm our traffic and make things safer before a reactive measure where a police officer has to pull somebody over or enforcement which is inherently reactive. And so TTC measures calm our residential areas, allowing police to focus on other arterials and high traffic areas, and would reduce the need for officers in residential areas and reducing the overall need in terms of cost and efficiency. So this is a much more efficient way of spending this funding now and into the future. And I think it's a modest change.
Sorry, a point of privilege?
No, I just want to clarify, those motions coming now, can we ask legal or the clerk to comment on those motions if they are, it's in the right process of the budget?
Yeah, you can do that when you get on the speakers list, Councillor.
Why should we spend debating if legal is going to say this motion is not legal or is not supposed to be there?
Well,
why does legal speak about them first?
Sorry, they would have told me if that was the case, and I don't have that for this motion, okay. Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good point, though. Councillor Leeper?
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm not going to be supporting the police budget today with the increase that they're asking for. And I think in 2020, we're at a juncture, we're at a crossroads in North America and globally around the role of policing in our society, particularly with respect to its relationship with Black and Indigenous persons of color, racialized persons right around the world. The budget that is being proposed, while we have a number of commitments from the police to try to do things differently, doesn't take advantage of the moment that we have now to ask fundamental questions around what police do in our society. We're not getting at the fundamental underpinnings of how we can make our communities safer. We are assuming if we pass this increase that the police will be involved in the things that police have been involved with for decades, which includes the work of making the community safer by addressing socioeconomic issues, which police, unfortunately, are not well equipped to do. We have a special role for police officers in our society. They are trained in the use of force and allowed to use force. They have vehicles that help them in that job. They have weapons. And there's a role for police in law enforcement that is going to continue for the foreseeable future. But the pressures that we're trying to address in the city, the pressures that I'm trying to address as a city councillor are socioeconomic pressures. It's the pressures of addiction, and it's the pressures of poverty, and it's the pressures of mental health. And the budget that I'm seeing put in front of us today foresees a continued status quo role for police in those issues that are not ultimately police issues. And when we are increasing the police budget for that status quo role, we are robbing the other partners in our society of the resources that they need in order to be able to fulfill their role. The social agencies, civil society, city council, addressing housing and addiction and mental health. These are resources that could be better and more effectively advocated or allocated elsewhere. And I do not want to take it for granted in 2020, when the entire Western liberal democracy world is questioning what the role of police should be. I do not want to take it for granted that we should be continuing to foresee police fulfilling the same role that we do today. We have the chance to make a clean break. We have the chance to pose fundamental questions. We have the chance to take on better approaches. And I think 2020 is the year in which we have to make those decisions. And so I can't support an increase to the police budget this year. I want to see us asking more fundamental questions about police and safety and society. I will leave it there. I look forward to hearing the discussion. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Next is Councillor King, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. This morning, I will not be voting in favor of the Ottawa Police 2021 budget. I did not vote in favor of this budget at Police Services Board since my preference was not to increase expenditures beyond meeting statutory employment obligations and collective agreement increases without a better public consultation framework, especially for equity-seeking groups that include Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. While I initially supported budget direction at Council because of the essential need to reimagine the role of the police and seek cultural transformation, especially concerning equity, diversity, and seeking a new strategic approach towards mental health, it became clear to me during budget delegations at Police Services Board that more consultation was necessary with equity-seeking groups before more meaningful transformation could be achieved. In order to obtain realistic changes at the police service, I believe we will require not just the appropriate financial resources to undertake modernization, which incidentally is a key objective of this budget, but also we will need the underlying support of the communities that will be the ultimate beneficiaries of that transformation. It will be impossible to address systemic issues that exist within the police service if there isn't that trust. As a consequence, I believe it is incumbent upon us to continue to listen to the community to enhance the vision outlined in the budget, to ensure that it is adequately informed by community voices, especially concerning the idea of strategically detasking police services to ultimately free up resources for services that address the social determinants of health. While I dissented to the budget during board deliberations, I believe that the board, under the leadership of Chair Deans, and the police service, under the leadership of Chief Slowly, has demonstrated a strong collective commitment to change within this and the next budget cycle by unanimously approving initiatives aimed at reducing the number of new police officers hired by the service, approving a mediated consultation process to address building trust with Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities, providing more resources for public engagement through the Police Services Community Equity Council, and also through additional community funding. And most importantly, for me, by approving the establishment of a new task force that will seek a 2020 budget that would freeze funding at 2021 levels. The police service is in the midst of a transformational restructuring exercise focused on inclusion through improved hiring and by working to incorporate a whole of service approach concerning issues of workplace harassment, discrimination, and human rights. The service has also committed to work towards the transformation of emergency mental health crisis response through an independent consultative process that would be inclusive of community and social service organizations. These are all impressive changes that do deserve to be lauded. But while I believe that these strong measures will bring a different set of circumstances for both the board and council consideration as we move towards the 2020 police budget, I do not believe that the rate of community input within this current time frame for this current budget has been adequate. It is therefore my intention to work with the board, council, and the community to eventually get to that point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, you're speaking on both the motion and the police budget. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the amendment. And now I want to talk about the main motion. And after much reflection, I will be supporting the proposed Ottawa Police Services budget. And I want to take a few minutes just to explain my decision. Let's be clear. We need drastic change in our police service. There are women, youth, racialized communities, people with mental illness, low-income residents in our city who not only mistrust the police, but are terrified of them. And in some cases, they have reason for this reaction. We know that it's not fair to the professional and competent members of the police. But for many residents, particularly in racialized communities, their experience has led them to believe that they will not be treated fairly or respectfully when they encounter police. That has to change. I get the passion of those who want the defunding of the police. However, I believe there's other factors that have to be looked into. I recently had the opportunity to have meetings, members of the police, including the chief, neighborhood resource teams, leaders in OPS, female and racialized officers who are determined to bring about change being demanded by the police. That determination is shared by my council colleagues on the police board, and they have already begun to make changes in hiring practices and have started a broad-based community consultation that will be the basis of a lasting change. I believe that OPS has given an opportunity to make the change. They will need the resources to do it well. The majority of people who don't support the budget want more money invested in community social services, mental health supports, and affordable housing. And I share that goal wholeheartedly. And I will continue to vote for substantially more supports. I do not believe the two are mutually exclusive. We still need excellent police force that is the pillar of this city's safety and well-being. And I also believe it is a slippery slope for council to be too closely involved in the oversight of police. The arm's length relationship we have with police is there for good reason. I will be supporting the police budget, and I will be asking for regular substantive reports on how the community's input is being heard and followed, particularly in reference to women and gender equity issues, and how they're going to get police forces, and how we're going to get this police force the city deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury, please, on either.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I'd like to recognize the leadership of the new Chief Stoley, who has brought about a strong, honest presence both to the force and to the community. So I congratulate him for having undertaken the role a year ago. And I think that obviously there's much work yet to be done within the police services. And I don't want anybody to draw the wrong conclusions about my vote today, particularly with regard to Chief Stoley. Another important point is that when residents phone 911 for an emergency, there are men and women that are working 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, who are devoted to serving our community. So I don't want my vote today to be misinterpreted and express any doubt about the competency of our officers. My greatest concern today with what's before us is the COVID priority. This year was very complex for all of us, and we now have new emerging priorities. It's not that police officers aren't important. It's not that they don't have that our community isn't growing, yes, but we have other priorities that have emerged this year. So I will be fighting against the budget today, but it's mainly a question of voting against the increase as compared to the emerging COVID crisis and this emerging priority. Unfortunately, it doesn't really concern the police officers. These are issues that going to have a direct impact on housing, on social services, recreation, on youth and on elders and my seniors. And therefore, my vote today is related specifically to the COVID period. I think we should have a COVID budget, really. And what I find is we have too much of a status quo budget based on current situation. So today, overall, I can't vote in favor of that budget, but it's my opposition is really against the increase being asked for during this COVID period. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and for allowing me to speak.
Concerned about the budget? No? Okay. Next is Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. On the police budget, I think it's important to look at where we've come from in the last 20 years. The policing budget has nearly tripled since after amalgamation in 19 years. And no other line item comes close to that in our budget when it comes to those big departments. So recognizing that that's the case, that we've seen those types of increases there's more merit in reallocation this time than any other time in recent history. And this is very much a status quo budget with a few good items sprinkled in that I want to see. But we're not in a status quo time. And no other issue this term has galvanized, opposition like this one. The tens of thousands of people marching in the streets. We need to listen to that. The hundreds of people that have been emailing us from across the city, we need to listen to them. And what they're telling us is that there is a disproportionate criminalization of Indigenous, Black, and racialized folks, that there's a criminalization of poverty, of drug use, and of mental illness that needs to be stemmed. And the response that we're getting back is that it's impossible, that we can't do this because, there's a staffing complement and that the increases are mostly related to that. But I urge people to look at in that budget, there is going to be not just 30 new hires on the FTEs that are happening, there will be 80 new hires this year. And that's because they backfill retirements or people leaving the service. So it is possible. And in fact, the police board, I believe it's Audit and Financial Committee, is looking at, they've committed for next year to say, we're going to look at a freeze. And that was very plainly said at the last Police Services Board meeting, which I've been attending. So we need to start thinking about how to reallocate the funding that actually is going to produce some of the outcomes that we want to see, while recognizing that we're not in a status quo time anymore. And this is the opportunity, as many other Canadian cities have been doing right across this country. They have been doing that reallocation, bringing in reforms. And, I've enjoyed my time talking with Chief Slowly and the chair of the police board, but I believe we need fundamental change. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what's been said before during budget directions and today. I won't be supporting the increase of $13.2 million to police services today. I know early on it was suggested that we are doing enough for people who are in distress in this city, who have food insecurity, who need outreach and who need help. We simply are not doing enough for people who need our help. No level of government is, and nor are we. And there's no way that I could consciously, go along with such an increase to police services when people are telling us that they want something different. The city is telling us that they want us to reconsider how we address society, how we address poverty and homelessness and mental illness and addictions, and this is not it. So I know that a lot of work has gone into this. I know a lot of thinking has gone into this, but we are not asking. Nobody is asking for a response from police to people who are in crisis. They're asking that as a community-based response and a community-led response. And it's the only way that we're going to be able to build back the trust that we've lost with our Black and Indigenous and racialized communities. If we're going to get that back, we have to start investing in the services that will bring equity in the city. And $13.2 million today to police services will do nothing to build equity in a city that has growing, persistent schisms of inequity. So I won't be supporting it. I will support the amendment. I think that funding from red light cameras we need desperately in traffic calming. People are walking, cycling, doing kids getting to school. We know what our traffic calming budgets do for us, and we need that. We need those funds to continue that. So I will support the amendment. I will not be in support of the budget today. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Eckline. Councillor Eckline.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just unmuting myself. To start, I want to thank both Chair Deans and Councillor Dean and Councillor King rather for taking time to answer my questions about the budget and provide some insight and context into how the budget was arrived at, as well as input from community stakeholders in my area, such as NROC. At the end of the day, I don't see this so much as a vote about money, but it's a vote about trust. A trust that in the eyes of the community has been broken. It's been broken by systemic issues. It's been broken by events in recent years that should not have occurred. Events that could have been avoided and or mitigated by appropriate safeguards and understanding of community needs. The most recent example being the breakup of the street protest. That simply shouldn't have happened in the way that it happened. It was fundamentally a breach of trust. When there were pending meetings with board members. So we have a broken system. We have systemic issues that need to be addressed. But as my mother used to say, broken things can be fixed. They don't necessarily need to be thrown out. With the right tools and intentions, almost anything can be fixed. Chief Slowly and the board have an opportunity in front of them right now, and it won't be there forever. It must be treated with absolute care and attention. Promises were made through this budget process, promises of outreach, consultation, and mediation. These promises must be converted into concrete action as quickly and as responsibly as possible. The connection of trust in the community right now is tenuous at best. If the promises are not carried out, then the opportunity to properly serve and protect the citizens of Ottawa will be further damaged. I helped to hire Chief Slowly, and as much as I wanted him to succeed on his day of hire, I want him to succeed that much more today. I'm going to take him at his word that this is a change budget, because it cannot be a business as usual budget. The residents of Ottawa simply cannot afford that result at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be supporting the police services budget. I will not be supporting the amendment, and I do not support the defund the police concept in general. In our ward, we had in the last couple of years a couple of shootings and a couple of murders that were gang related. And over the years, we have the last election, virtually every member of council commented how they would reach the doors, and at almost every door they would hear concerns about traffic and demands that we enforce traffic better in our communities. Well, we can't demand better enforcement and then defund the enforcement. It doesn't make much sense. And here in Ontario, the way police budgeting is done is we choose a chief Chief Slowly, and we choose a police board chair, Chair Deans, and we have faith in them. And the chief creates the policing plan for the city and submits the bill to council. We either pay it or we don't pay it. We're not supposed to get into line by line tinkering with the budget. I have a lot of faith in Chair Deans and in the selection they've made with Chief Slowly. And I think if we have a problem with that, we need to have that discussion with the two of them. And if it can't be compromise can't be reached, then we should be replacing them. We should not, the role in Ontario for the police chief is to do the policing plan. And it's our role to support that plan. None of us are experts in this field to the point where we should be trying to tell the chief a better way to do policing. And so let's follow what the law says in Ontario. And let's also just philosophically steer away from this defund the police movement and make sure that our communities are protected, because that is the number one job of police. It's to protect the community. When there's a murder in our ward, people want police to show up and start the investigation immediately. And people want a police organization that's dedicated to protecting them from this type of thing, especially when the guns and gangs problem was getting worse and worse every year. So I'll be supporting the police services budget, and Chair Deans, who I think is an excellent person to conduct oversight over this. And I will not.
1 minute. Do you have a minute, Councillor?
Yeah, and I won't support the amendment. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, colleagues. First of all, Chief Slowly, thank you very much for your service to the people of Ottawa. I'm very happy you became our Chief of Police, and you have my full support in your duties. Thank you, sir. Chair Deans, to echo my previous colleague, thank you for taking on this assignment as well. You've been in politics for 26 years, and I think this may be one of your more challenging assignments, so thank you for your leadership as well. I will be supporting the police services budget. I have read every email that has come to my office, and I have certainly engaged my own community on this budget and many budgets we'll be debating today. And I do believe we need to see a significant change in how policing is done. There are systematic and entrenched ways of doing policing that must change. I do believe policing is still way too reactive. We need to have a much more proactive, community-based way to serve the people. Not just protecting, as Councillor Shirley said, it's to serve and protect. The defunding the police movement is not exclusively about money. It's about changing the way we serve the public, a better way to serve the public. So it's not just about money, but it's a demand that how we police and how we serve the community needs a complete rethink. I've raised some issues at the Police Services Board meeting. I'll just raise them briefly. One is very appreciative of the neighborhood response teams that have been implemented, not just in my ward, but across the city. We do need community policing. We do need that grassroots, on the street, community building, relationship building component of policing. That's very much part of what policing is. But there needs to be more information shared with the community on the exact role, objectives within the communities, annual objectives, sharing of that data and information with the community. And the other thing I raised when I spoke at the Police Services Board meeting was better communication with City Council as a whole, providing us with updates, annual visions, engaging in consulting. And yes, we can come as members of council can come to the Police Services Board, but I do think there needs to be a refinement of the relationship between council. And the Councillor Kavanagh clearly stated there's a reason why there's some separation between council and the Police Services Board, but I do think there are some better ways to keep us updated and focused. My final question, I don't know whether it should be directed to the chair or the chief, is we do have a motion in front of us to remove $1.8 million from the budget. Chief, if this passes, how will you absorb that from your budget?
Councillor, thank you for the question. I'm not sure if there's a process for me to wait for the mayor's permission to respond, but
no, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Every effort will be made, but the bottom line is that is a limited band of discretionary spending. The majority of that discretionary spend is going to new programs. All of those new programs are related directly to the majority of the calls for change that have been so well articulated over the course of this session and many other sessions and over the course of my full tenure here in Ottawa. The mental health response strategy is the single largest amount that would be affected by that motion. De-escalation training for our officers, anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism training would fall into that area, as well as the growth positions in our sexual assault and partner assault unit, specifically the two coordinator positions, one to coordinate with the VAW community and one to coordinate around missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Dedicated positions that have been requested by the community specifically to advance those specific issues. So every effort will be made to try to find a way to save those programs, salvage them in some way. But those are the ones that would be directly in line of the lack of spendability going forward.
So just to confirm, Chief, are you saying that you have so few options where to take that $1.8 million from that you would resort to looking at some of the very needed...
Order, Chair, it's 1.2 million.
Pardon me, 1.2 million. Sorry, Chief, are you saying that you would then be limited to looking at the new units that are very much needed, that the community has been asking for, and that really is your only option going forward?
We'll look at everything, Councillor, but you've asked what would be directly affected. All of those programs that I just outlined would be directly affected.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to ask legal, if I may. Mr. White, it was a change to the Police Service Act in 1997 where council can reduce the total amount of budget, but they cannot direct where that money comes from. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The Police Services Board budget is put before council. Council can adopt the budget or council can reduce the budget. What council cannot do is judge or rule on particular line items within the police budget.
And under Section 4 of the Police Service Act, subsection 3, I believe, the budget is still right now is the board budget until we adopt it as a council and then become the chief's budget to manage and control as he sees fit as the head of the operation. Now, in cases where council doesn't agree with the board's budget, the only option the board have will go to OCOP, which is another level of government between the ministry and the board. And they present their budget at OCOPs. And OCOPs, my understanding, like usual arbitration, they arbitrate and the level of service and where we are in the province. And as of today, the Ottawa Police is below the 40%. So if we go to arbitration, they might bring them up to the 50%. Would that be possible?
Mr. Mayor, if council adopts something less than the budget that the Police Services Board has put forward, the board essentially has two options. The first of those is to accept that lesser amount. The other, as the councillor has indicated, would be to make a request to the Civilian Commission on Police Services that it rule on the question. And that is a question of whether the amount that council has provided is sufficient to provide adequate and effective policing for the municipality. And ultimately, that it then handed to the Civilian Commission to make that determination.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. White. And colleague, we heard from our chief, but I find it so hurtful when I hear some of my colleagues wants to defund the police when we saw increase 7% in hate crime. I don't understand. If we want the police to help us to answer the call for the hate crime, and we have increased 7%. Our total call, not just in Ottawa, in the province of Ontario, and most likely in Canada, is 30% to mental health. I do want to just shed a little bit of light. In 2008, the federal government offered 2,500 police officers to increase policing. Most police leaders and our chief at the time, Vern White, spoke against that increase in policing and said we should invest the money in mental health institution and hire. And I remember the chief of Winnipeg at the time said, instead of giving me a 10 police officer, I prefer have 10 mental health professionals who can help us. So yes, there's a need to address that concern in our community. But I'd like to remind you, at 3 o'clock in the morning when you have a neighbor dispute or mental health person threatening himself or his family, who do you call at 3 o'clock in the morning? Who do we have option to call other than the police? So if you want to reduce the police budget, so let's reduce their call first. Reduce the call on a hate crime. Reduce the call on mental health. Reduce the call on systemic racism, which is we have a chief committed to deal with. So by not voting for this budget, you're really telling the chief, we don't want to support your plan. We don't want to get rid of systemic racism in the service. We don't want you to reach out to the community and deal with the hate crime, which is we're seeing on the increase. But you're saying we don't want you also to handle mental health care and without having any other alternative available to us at this time. So colleague, please, let's not think that for a dollar here or $1 million here, let's support the police budget. Let's hold the chief to his word. And we have a board chair who also committed, keep working with council and the community. You know, I spend some times because I get so many of those defund the police. And I said to myself, I should put them in one folder and go through them and see, where are those emails coming from? Clearly it's coming from marginalized community. I understand this. But also clearly it's coming from an area always demanding more policing, more police on foot patrol, more policing in high schools. We have police officer for every 4 high schools. We should have one in every high school. We should demand one in every high school, if we can afford it, obviously. So before we go to the defunding, and I dealt with this for the last 15 years, those counselors who eat so much of the police budget in their area, they're the one who don't want a police budget and don't support the police budget. I fail to understand this mentality, to be honest with you. So for that, I'm asking you, let's support our board, let's support the budget, let's support our chief and be available to help him, to support him with what we have. He has reached out to all of us and his staff has reached out to all of us. We have a golden opportunity to show the new chief who's been on a job for 2 years, we want to work with you. We want you to do those jobs for us. But yet, you're demanding more from the chief, but you want to cut his budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor, for that perspective. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make it very quick and short, but I just want to take a moment to actually thank the chief slowly this morning for being here and present the budget with the chair deans. It's his first budget, and he's been reaching out to all city councilors, and he's been talking with all members of council, and he's been actively in the community working, making sure that we work on a new plan and reform our services. So we need to give him the chance. When the chief comes to the council and asks for a budget, and we have a commitment from him, and we have a chair like Councillor Deans, a veteran councillor that she knows the city in and out. And first things we need is to support them and making sure that we can help them achieve their goals. In the rural area, I tell you, where first things we need, our community need policing, because the city of Ottawa is massive and large and geographically. So all my community on board, and I want to make sure that I'll let Chair Dean and the Chief that in Osgood Ward 20, we appreciate all the work you do, and we're here, we will support you on your budget, and looking forward to be part of your review and work for the next year. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the budget, on the motion regarding the traffic calming budget. The funding that unfortunately comes in from the school zone photo radar. Obviously, I'd prefer that was zero, but clearly people don't care, so they speed and we make money. If I'm not mistaken, that money is proposed to be going to traffic calming efforts citywide. Is that correct? Is someone on the call that can answer that?
I think the treasurer can confirm that that's correct. That's the speed cameras in school zones. That money goes to Safer Roads, Ottawa. And,
yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Do we have an assessment at all to know exactly what number that is at this point?
We've earmarked $4 million for next year, and Mr. Landry will be bringing a report forward in terms of what that spend is going to look like.
All right. I mean, I think, I think some of in the past few years it's been well documented. I know myself and another member of council were highlighted for not spending enough on the traffic calming side. The reality is you can only put out so many speed display boards. You can only paint so many roads with speed limit signs. We have limited tools inside that traffic calming budget to be able to do stuff with. I think in some wards they put, like 16 speed display boards on one road just because that's what people ask for. So they put it out there. Putting more money in that budget doesn't necessarily impact residents in a positive way. Sometimes it's just a bunch of Band-Aid solutions. Knowing that we have that money in the traffic calming budget, knowing that we have more money coming to traffic calming, I do think that this money with Chief Slowly in place and what Chair Deans and Chief Slowly are working toward with the Police Services Board, and to former Chair El Shantiri's points about the steps that they're committed to making or to taking in order to address a lot of the concerns. Again, Councillor Brockington was speaking about the defund the police, that it's not necessarily about defunding police. Unfortunately, groups on both sides truly take that to heart, that's all that means. The folks against defunding the police believe it's only about money, and many people in favor of it believe it's only about money. I think Chief Slowly knows what it's about. I think he knows it's about reforming the police, and it's about changing how we respond to calls, and that we don't always send, we look to send mental health workers on calls where it's required and where it can result in a more positive outcome. I think as a result, keeping the funding with the police, I think is a smart choice, because I think it allows them to take the steps and make the decisions required in order for us to make that progress. I think Councillor Kavanaugh said it really well earlier too. I don't support the moving of the motion, the moving of the funding. I think that we do have the funds required in our traffic calming budgets, and there is more coming to that. And I think this money is better served in order to reform what we see right now on the streets with our police services and continue to grow that into, even think of someone like Sergeant Keane and the work that she does in recruiting efforts and getting, more officers in place that really send the right message and are really there to be community-based leaders, more so than just police officers. They're there to be doing a job not dissimilar to the jobs that we try to do ourselves. So thank you, Chief Slowly, for being here today. I appreciated our previous conversations on matters such as this. And again, to the board, the members of the board here that we have, Councillor Deans, Councillor Meehan, and Councillor King, thank you for your work on the board as well.
Councillor Deans.
Thank you, and Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to offer a quick wrap up on the budget. I wanted to start by thanking all of my colleagues this morning for a thoughtful consideration of the 2021 Police Services budget. I know that this has not been an easy budget for anyone. I've been thinking a lot lately about that term defund police and what it really means. And I think for some people who have a broken trust with police, it really means tear down the service. And for others, I think that it means we need to find more socially sensitive approaches to policing. And I think there's some shade of that in what we've heard around the council table this morning. Not everyone sees policing in our community the same way. A lot of it is a result of lived experiences. And what we as a board have committed to, and I want to thank all the members of the Police Services Board who have been working really hard and listening intently to the community. And, I think Councillor El-Shanturi did point out very cogently that not everyone in this city sees it the same way, that there really is a role, an important role for police, and that we need to appreciate the hardworking men and women of the Ottawa Police Service who, under a lot of pressure, represent, put themselves sometimes in harm's way in order to protect and serve this community. And I think we really need to appreciate those men and women. At the same time, we also need to understand that because of incidents that have happened globally across North America and even locally here in Ottawa, that trust in the police has eroded and that we do need to find more socially sensitive approaches to policing. And especially as it relates to mental health calls, I think that we can find better ways. And in doing that work appropriately, we may well be able to, in the future, reduce police budgets. But for now, this budget is an important budget in order to provide the police service the resources that we need to do the important work that the community is asking for. And that is why I ask all of you to support the 2021 Police Services budget and the important work that the board and the service is doing in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wish to speak to the item before I close the debate? Well, thank you very much. Let me begin by thanking the chair, Councillor Deans, as well as the board members. As you know, they're all volunteers on the board, aside from the members of council. The others are, I think, get a small stipend to support their work. And they've had long meetings and challenging meetings, and they've heard loud and clear from the community that change is required. But I think when we make these decisions on the fly, I know that there are a number of members of council that want it to defund the police to the tune of 13.2 million. And surprise, surprise, we have a motion to that effect, but not from the police, because I think those movers of the motions knew that they couldn't get the support of defunding the police by $13.2 million, particularly when there's very little discretionary spending in a police budget. There's costs, fixed costs, arbitrated settlements, increases to benefits, and the chief really has a precious little wiggle room to deal with any significant cut. And he indicated that the cut of $1.2 million would affect programs like violence against women and the work that they're trying to do to help with the murder and missing Indigenous women and girls file that is a national disgrace to our country. And some of the same councillors that are asking for a defund are the ones that constantly are looking for increased resources in places like Centertown and the Byward Market and in Overbrook Forbes, some of the challenging neighborhoods that we have. So I would strongly urge members to vote down the Menard motion and support the police budget, support the chair of the board, as well as our new chief. I see this as a vote of confidence in our chief and our chair, and I'd encourage you to not support reducing the budget by $1.2 million. And as Councillor Moffat indicated clearly, there are additional funds coming in as a result of the speed cameras that are going in and around school community zones. So we'll have yeas and nays on the Menard motion and then on the main police budget. And Councillor Luloff, I believe you're stepping away from the vote.
Point of personal privilege. I've been speaking with staff on this, and as we are not voting on line items in this budget, and it is on the budget as a whole, I do not have a conflict of interest on this budget.
Okay, thank you. So yeas and nays on the Menard motion, please.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan?
No.
Conseil Cloutier?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Conseil Fleury? Councillor Kavanagh?
Oui.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Suds?
No.
Councillor Egley?
No.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
No.
6 yeas, 18 nays.
So on the budget, yeas and nays. This is to approve the police services draft operating and capital budget. Yeas and nays.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor McKenney?
No.
Councillor Meehan?
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier?
Oui.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Conseil Fleury?
No.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Suds?
Yes.
Councillor Egley?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Nope.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
19 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Chief Slowly and Chair Deans. Next is approve the Ottawa Public Library Board draft operating capital budgets as recommended by the OPL. Any opening comments, Chair Luloff or CEO Danielle McDonald?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be very brief. The CEO and I presented our budget at tabling. However, I will remind Council that the 2021 OPL budget makes serious progress on the board's strategic objectives and removes significant barriers in order to make serious strides to address racial and income inequality. It also aligns with the target established by this council and was passed unanimously by the board that I am honored to represent. And I ask for your support today. And if there are any questions, the CEO and I are available to answer any that you might have. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions or motions on the Ottawa Public Library draft operating and capital budget? No. So thank you very much, Danielle and Matt. And on the recommended budget of the Ottawa Public Library. Carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Item 5, approval of the 2021 Ottawa Board of Health draft operating budget as recommended by the City of Ottawa's Board of Health. C'est le Conseil d'administration pour la santé publique pour la ville d'Ottawa. We have a conflict by Councillor Eglai on 5A and Councillor McKenney on 5B. Questions? I believe Dr. Etches is with us, and Councillor Eglai is going to offer an opening remark. Councillor Chair Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep this brief. Probably the biggest concern we've heard about the budget this year is it big enough to address the health crisis that we're dealing with in our city today? And I can assure people that this budget is a 30% increase over last year's budget. It's the largest budget ever tabled by Ottawa Public Health. And an important item to note is this budget does not include the cost of rolling out the vaccine in our city. That will be additional funding that that we will be provided by the other levels of government. So I just wanted to address the idea that perhaps there was not enough in the budget this year to address the COVID crisis. I'm satisfied that it is, and I'm satisfied that the other levels of government will continue to be there for us for the additional costs that will come down the road, such as the rollout of the vaccine. The city has been a great partner over the last year to OPH. I've had a number of discussions with the mayor's office and senior management, and that support will also continue to be there for OPH as we continue to deal with this. So to support this budget is to say to the many hardworking OPH staff and professionals that have been going nonstop for most of this year and will continue to go nonstop into the next year, that we support you, that we're there for you, and we understand the job that you have to do, and we want to give you the tools and the resources to do that. It also sends a message, Mr. Mayor, I believe, to the residents of Ottawa that we are there for them in these very trying times, that the resources will continue to be there, and the OPH team will continue to engage with the City of Ottawa, not only on COVID, but on other standard public health issues that we have to deal with on a regular basis in a normal year. And believe me, this has been anything but a normal year. But we are there. We will be standing up our standard services in response to the work that we need to do on a daily and regular basis. And you know, what it also does, I think, as we see some glimmer of hope here, as during the meeting, for example, the federal government just approved the Pfizer vaccine for Canada. As we see that glimmer of hope going into the new year, we need to be there for OPH, and we need to be there for the citizens of Ottawa as we deal with this health crisis. And I think this budget does that, and I would ask you all to please support it. Dr. Etches and I are happy to take any questions. And I would be remiss, Mr. Mayor, if I didn't also point out that Lou Favoria, who put together this budget for us, a very challenging year for him, a very challenging times, will be retiring from OPH. This will be his last budget. And I want to take this opportunity to very publicly thank Lou and his team for the great work that they've done in making sure that the bills are paid, that the staff are paid, that the work is getting done in a very challenging time. So thank you, Lou, and thank you to the team. And again, I would thank all of you to please support the budget.
Great, that's nice of you to pay tribute to Lou. Thank you. So I see no questions or comments. Dr. Etches, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Okay. So on the Board of Health operating and draft budget, item A, Councillor Eglai has a, oh, sorry, is someone wanting, I guess we're having feedback. Councillor Eglai, you're stepping away for 5A, and Councillor McKenney, you're stepping away for 5B. Is that correct?
That's correct. Also.
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So on item A, Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Item B, carried.
Carried.
I don't have a C here. I guess that's because there's no conflict. So item D, remaining 2021 public health draft operating budget. Carried.
Carried.
So thank you, Chair Eglai, and thank you also to Dr. Etches for the great work you continue to do. Item 6 is approve the 2021 draft operating and capital budget as recommended by the Standing Committees of Council, Transit Commission, and the Information Technology Subcommittee as follows. Item A, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee portion of the 2021 draft operating and capital budget.
Carried.
Sorry, Councillor Fleury, you have something on agriculture? Councillor Fleury? No, okay, so carried on that. Item B, the Audit Committee portion of the 2021 draft operating budget. Carried. Item C, Community and Protective Service Committee portion of the 2021 draft operating and capital budget as follows. And then Councillor McKenney, you have a declaration on 6CI, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And Councillor Eglai has also a declaration of interest on 6CI and double I.
Correct.
Is that correct? Now we have a number of motions, so we'll go through them in the order they were received. The first is by Councillor McKenney, seconded by Councillor King. So if you want to introduce that, Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did you want me to read the entire motion? I know it went out with the memo last night. But,
I think there was one change that I see here. The word "and supportive" is removed. Is that correct? In item number 1.
That's correct. Yes,
so
that's correct.
Why don't you start at the "therefore be it resolved" section?
Okay. Therefore, be it resolved that council approve that a one-time increase of $13.2 million be added to the 2021 Community and Protective Services and Planning Committee's budget for the following, funded through a corresponding increase in the citywide tax levy of 1.33%. One, $5 million above the 2021 draft budget of $15 million to create new affordable housing options. Planning Committee operating and capital budget, municipal investment and affordable housing 2021 project 9-10-240, page 34, 35, and 50 of the Planning Committee budget book. 2, $5 million above the 2021 draft budget of $25.2 million in the community funding envelope to provide the social infrastructure funding necessary for nonprofit providers to meet the critical needs for supports to Ottawa's vulnerable and marginalized communities who are in a state of growing and persistent despair. Community and Protective Services Committee operating budget, partner and stakeholder initiatives, community funding, page 41 of the CPSC budget book. And 3, $3.2 million in new funding to be added to the Gender and Race Equity, Inclusion, Indigenous Relations and Social Development Service to enhance a community-led and community-based neighborhood crisis team, including harm reduction, homeless outreach, and other alternatives to policing. Community and Protective Services Committee operating budget, partner and stakeholder initiatives, page 41 of the CPSC budget book. And be it further resolved that Council direct the Mayor to write to the Premier of Ontario to request an immediate, significant, and permanent increase in funding for health and mental health supports, to complement the funding requirements to establish a model of response to mental health crises in order to keep our vulnerable and mentally stressed residents safe and free from harm during moments of distress.
Okay, would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I could speak to it or wrap up, whatever is.
Sure. Okay, we've got a couple of speakers then. Councillor Fleury.
Okay.
Monsieur le maire, je suis désolé, l'Internet a bloqué.
Mr. Mayor, can you remind me where we're at, Mr. Mayor? My internet log dropped off. We're at 6C, Community and Protective Services. Yes, I do have questions. This is now the question period. Councillor McKenney proposed an amendment to increase taxes by 1.4% to cover additional funding.
Question on the housing operating and capital. I don't know if it's best asked to Wendy or Donna. How do we come to know that?
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor. I thought it was a procedural question. I'm going to ask people to introduce their motions first on this item, so they're all on the table. So I think you have a motion yourself on hand-in-hand participation. Do you want to introduce that now as well?
I do, Mr. Mayor, and I apologize for when I lost the meeting, it was a little wonky. So I'm just opening it now. It is a motion seconded by Councillor Brockington. I'm just loading, I apologize. Is it on the screen? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, that's the one. It's moved by yourself, signed by Councillor Brockington with respect to the $180 to $200 per participant because the funding's available. That's right. So the motion's on the floor. It's an existing program in Parks, Recreation and Culture. It's called a hand-in-hand, formerly the Financial Assistance Program. And due to limited ratios, my conversation with the general manager of the service highlighted that there would be no new cost addition to this item, yet families who sign up for recreation programming, learn to skate, learn to swim, summer camps, and so on, could benefit from that financial flexibility in the program. Okay, thank you. And then you also have a direction to staff that I believe is supported by staff. Do you want to introduce that, Councillor Fleury, please? I do. Wondering if Caitlin can put it on the screen. Apologize. Yeah, we'll get that on the screen for you. So maybe I can set it up. So year after year, we've had a number of conversations on the start and stop of wading pools and beaches, and it always gets a little challenging. And this year, obviously, we've promoted families and residents to come out and enjoy the outdoors safely. Wading pools, supervised wading pools and supervised beaches do offer that opportunity. So the direction, Caitlin, I wonder if you can.
Just one moment, having mild technical difficulty.
I blame City Hall internet.
Maybe you should move to the rural area, see how good that is.
I hear Elon Musk as a solution to that.
Elon El Shamtiri. Rocket from CARP.
Okay, so it's on the screen now. Thank you, Caitlin. That the General Manager of Recreation, Culture and Facilities Services be directed to pursue sources of funding, including COVID-19 response and resilience and summer student employment grant programs that would enable the city to add pre and post seasonal weekends to the summer 2021 wading pools and beach programs with the funding approach that this important equity resiliency for families and for staff to use its delegated authority to apply these grants to extend the pre and post season swimming seasons for wading pools and city beaches.
Okay, so we have, does anyone else have any other motions? The only ones I have are the McKinney-King, the Fleury-Brockington, and the Fleury direction to staff. Does anyone have any other motions? Okay, so we'll go to the speakers list on the motions and the main item. Councillor King, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm seconding Councillor McKinney's motion because I believe it is essential that our government address underinvestment in social services, housing, and outreach services. Though Ottawa is a prosperous city, it contains deep pockets of poverty, food insecurity, marginalization, and now with COVID-19, serious health challenges. A previous analysis of the city's budget spending by Carleton University's Centre for Urban Research and Education illustrates that investments in social programs in Ottawa lag way behind other budget priorities. The study found that appropriations for Ottawa's vulnerable populations receive disproportionately lower year-over-year increases than other budget spending areas. This situation has created a series of social challenges. To improve this situation, it is imperative that we increase spending in social services. 1 in 10 Ottawa residents are not currently working because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and 28% have reported a decrease in income since mid-March. COVID-19 and the associated problems with the pandemic are ongoing and have exacerbated poverty and homelessness. In the first 4 months of the pandemic, the local food bank in my ward saw a 10% increase in new users compared to the same time last year. More people are also having to go to the food bank more than once a month. This was in addition to the fact that my ward encompasses a provincial riding that has the highest levels of food bank usage in Ontario. While over 12% of Ottawa residents overall live on low incomes, in Rideau Rockcliffe, that number climbs to an astronomical 30% of residents. Half of the children in my ward live in poverty, and many live in food insecurity. Children in food insecure households are more likely to develop health problems, which is a disastrous prospect when we think about potential issues that can be linked to COVID-19. In the first 4 months of the pandemic, the Ottawa Food Bank experienced a 326% increase in the volume of calls from people in need of food. More concerningly, Ottawa Public Health reports that of those who have reported a decrease in income since March 2020, 21% of those people had difficulty paying for food. Ottawa's continuing homelessness emergency and lack of affordability has resulted in an increasing number of people who live in Ward 13 and increasingly throughout the city in subsidized housing, as well as housing that is unsuitable to their needs or which require major repairs. Obviously, these issues require urgent attention, which is why I am supportive of enhanced investments to support Ottawa's social services infrastructure in order to help residents and communities meet their social needs, maximize their potential, and enhance community resilience and well-being. In order to strengthen social services, it will be imperative that we strengthen investments in our community health and resource centers that provide food bank and other supports to low-income residents by at least $5 million, over and above existing funding, in order to provide adequate support to people who risk falling through the cracks. We have also seen an increase in encampments throughout the ward and the city as well this year, along with growing housing registry wait lists that now total 12,500 people, which really emphasizes why we need more investments in housing. This is why I support this motion to ensure that an additional $5 million over and above the existing funding draft budget allocation of $15 million is utilized to create new affordable and supportive housing options. We have also seen the lack of mental health support investments, with multiple agencies and community groups reporting mental health concerns that are spiking. It is our responsibility as elected representatives to take action to combat this trend through allocating additional investments.
1 minute.
Once again, these challenges are urgent and underscore the need for a more holistic approach. As a consequence, in the new year, I will be introducing a proposal that will advocate for a community-driven poverty reduction strategy for the City of Ottawa, which will work towards more measurable, costed initiatives and clear timelines to better address the needs of people in poverty. I would really like to thank Councillor McKenney for introducing this motion, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it. I'll also be supporting Councillor Fleury's motion on hand-to-hand participant subsidies, and I will be supporting the overall budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not lost on anyone around this table the degree to which we are in crisis times that demand that we do everything we can to address the needs of our most vulnerable residents. We were already in a homelessness and housing crisis. The pandemic has simply made things worse. In the last one of the pieces of analysis that I've never seen at this council is what is affordable in terms of a tax increase. In the last term of council, the councillors made a determination that no more than a 2% tax increase was affordable for residents. In this term of council, we've said 3% is affordable for residents. I've never seen the analysis that says, you know, a 3% tax increase is affordable, a 3.5 is not. You know, these are numbers that we put on a board. And adhering to them seems extraordinarily arbitrary in the face of the kind of crisis with which we are now faced. The additional funding from going from a 2% to a hitherto unaffordable, but now affordable 3% tax increase has meant that we're able to put $10 million, we heard, more towards resurfacing roads. Well, I think we need to take a look at our priorities. If we can afford a jump of 50% in our taxes in order to afford resurfacing roads, surely we can afford to do it to invest in our most vulnerable residents. Right now, the costs associated with not adequately funding the services and housing that we need are being externalized. They're being externalized to the charitable sector. They're being externalized to street workers. And, you know, those costs are being paid. It's just not coming out of the broader tax base. And our responsibility as governors is to ensure that the broader tax base is doing it so that the burden doesn't fall unfairly on one sector or another. I come back to the whereas clause that is in Councillor McKenney and King's motion, that it would result a 1.33% increase in the citywide tax levy would result in an annual increase of $28.53 for the owner of an average home. And in some of our wards, that's going to be less, and in some of our wards, that's going to be more. But we're talking about, you know, in the most expensive homes in Kitchissippi, $2 more a month. In order to address the crisis, the costs of which are being externalized to the charitable sector and to the residents who are having to deal with the impacts of homelessness and the opioid crisis in their neighborhoods. Let's spread that burden fairly amongst all taxpayers in a way that is affordable. I do not accept the argument that 3% is affordable, 3.1% is not, or 4%. Or 5%, because we've never seen that analysis. Let's not be slavishly adherent to numbers on a board when the crisis that we face is so acute. I hope that Councillor McKenney and King's motion will pass so that we can address the crisis that is so immediately in front of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is on my motion. I wouldn't mind wrapping up if that's okay.
Okay, so we'll come back. Councillor Dudas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just, you know, we have had public feedback on this. I've held 3 very well-attended public engagement consultations in respect to our budget. And I have residents in my community who are of middle income, who have been substantially impacted by this pandemic. I have residents who are on fixed incomes. I have residents who are house poor right now and don't know how they're going to make their next mortgage. And while they may not fit the category of being lower income or without a house, they're very close to it. And, you know, we as a council have recognized that this financial crisis that we're in, this health crisis we're in, is impacting our lower income, our most vulnerable residents the most. And there is absolutely no denying that. Everyone within our society right now is being impacted by this. And while I respect my colleague in saying that, you know, $28, $38 here, another motion coming forward will add another $10, another $10 here, another, that's not going to have a major impact. But adding that to the 115 that we're already looking to add with the 3% that we all agreed to as council, not all of us, but we agreed to as council earlier in this process. I went to my constituents and I said, are you able to dig a little deeper and do the 3%? And the vast majority said yes. Now, I think that we most certainly need to have a fulsome conversation throughout the rest of this year about how we can start meeting the gaps in our housing, in our community social services, and how we can look at potentially in this upcoming budget in 2022 and going forward, we can add to that. But we have seen the budget for community and protective services grow substantially over time. There has never been a time, to my knowledge, and I could stand corrected, where we've ever cut that budget. It is the largest budget out of the entire city, and we continue to expand upon it. And I fully support that, but I cannot support this motion as it stands. We've had, almost 10 months of a pandemic where the movers of the motion could have brought forward this. We could have looked for offsetting costs. We could have brought this in fairness to our residents and said, listen, this is what we're looking at. This is where it would go. Can we consult with you on that? That's not what I consulted my residents on, because I didn't have that before me. So I will not be supporting this. I believe strongly in what this motion is trying to achieve, and I look forward to working with the movers of this motion and my colleagues on council to see if we can achieve this in the next 6 months in the next budget. But on this budget, I won't be supporting it because it's not fair to my residents, and I didn't lie to them when I went and I said, 3%, can you accept that? And they said yes. So I will be standing by my word. I'll be supporting the 3%, and I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I neglected to mention Councillor Deans also has a conflict of interest on 6C, small I, and Councillor Luloff has a declaration of interest on 6C, small IV. So we'll go back to Councillor Menard, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We're hearing the tax argument again, and I find it so ironic because a budget is about priorities. And we hear on the one hand, $28 increase, $10 increase, they add up and it doesn't help keep taxes low. But at the same time that we don't have this small amount of money for affordable housing, we also say at the same time, we're going to spend money on expanding the urban boundary. We've got money for that. We've got money for expanding roads, and it's not just DCs. There's tax money beyond DCs there, and the operation costs to expand new roads, including where the LRT is going, directly beside the LRT, we're expanding roads. We've got money to keep parking rates where they are and make sure that ride shares aren't necessarily paying their full share. We've got money to do that. We've got money to help subsidize the profits of developers through brownfields. We've got money for that. We got money for P3s. We got money for Lansdowne. We've got money in the future for Lansdowne. We got that money. And we've got money certainly for the police. We've got money for that, the $13.2 million increase. But when it comes to the tax argument, the only time we seem to hear it come out is when it's related to people in need, the most marginalized in our community, those who demand and need affordable housing, who need crisis response. Our community associations are floundering right now. We never hear anything about them. And so I just find it so ironic that, again, we hear this tax argument come out, but when it comes to other priorities, it never is discussed. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Brockington. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Yep, I'm just collecting my thoughts. I appreciate the debate we've had. The challenge about budgets is you have to have limits, right? Budgets are not infinite. And priorities always exceed resources. It's our job to be in tune with our communities, to know what those issues are, to know what the needs are, and to come together and prioritize those needs and have a budget that reflects those needs. The priorities will always be greater in every line, every line. So my colleague just listed a number of initiatives where we're putting money, but it doesn't mean that those areas are fully funded to the liking of all of our constituents. That is the ongoing challenge. I think to provide some context, staff should chime in right now and talk about the three areas in Councillor McKenney's motion to remind council what we're already doing in this regard. So Mayor, through you, can staff talk about the three areas that Councillor McKenney would like new funds directed or additional funds directed, and what we're already doing in the 2021 budget?
Is that Ms. Gray?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and happy to do that. If we look at the first area in the affordable housing envelope, when we look at the combination of the capital investment, the $15 million that's in the budget, the OFI money that's coming from the province, the $4.3 million, the rapid housing initiative, the $31.9 million from the province to implement rapid housing, and the additional money that we move from the social services relief fund into affordable housing. We have $54.5 million to move forward in the 2021 budget. And what we're looking at, that budget will allow us to create about 456 units in total. That's on top of the investments that were made in 2020, of which we had 606 new units funded in the 2020 budget, which brings us to about 1,439 new units approved by this council in the last 2 years. In addition, we've had about 783 new subsidies be created that brings people into the market through housing subsidies. So in this time frame, it's brought us to have about 2,222 approximate new units that will come on into this city. When we look at what's in the budget, on top of the $15 million, we have included a base contribution into the capital of $6 million a year. That additional $6 million we anticipate will create another 2,100 units of affordable housing. So that really brings us, to a significant number of units towards the target that council has set for the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, which is between 5,700 to 8,500 units over the next 10 years. So we have made significant progress in the number of units towards that plan. Recognizing that in the first quarter of 2021, we will do the long-range financial plan to look at the remaining 25 to 30% that's unfunded if we were to look at just doing the low end, or about 50% if we were to look at the high end of the units that are targeted. That plan will look at what funding options we have over the term of council to advance towards those targets. When we look at the community funding envelope and what's been in the community funding envelope, so we have $25 million that is in the budget towards community funding and community agencies, which includes many of the areas that have been spoken to, which includes poverty reduction initiatives, food stability, and supports community initiatives. As well, we have received through the Social Service Relief Fund, $31 million that will bring us until March of 2021 to fund investments in community agencies to support our relief fund. We know that the provincial government is taking this COVID response in vulnerable populations as a priority in their response, both from a legislative framework, but also from a financial framework. And so that we know that we are having conversations with all of the ministries around the impact of COVID, and we're hopeful that there will be additional investments in the Social Service Relief Fund, both to invest in what our response is moving forward. You will see $24 million in the entire budget, which are the COVID-related expenses to help us also do the investments that we need in social services. What we anticipate will be those investments moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I think that context was important. It's not the subject matter I'm concerned about. I do believe that additional investments are needed. It's the changing the tax rate from 3 to 4.33% that I have an issue with. If I may, Chair, to the city treasurer, can I just be clarified that the only other alternative to do what Councillor McKenney's doing, if we don't want to raise the tax rate, would be to find another offsetting reduction in the budget. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay. So perhaps the mover can address that. She's chosen to increase the tax rate, and I'll leave it at that. But I like the investments that the additional investments we're making in the budget. Clearly, we need to do more in the years ahead. But I think the budget for 2021 is good in this regard, and I appreciate the General Manager's further explanation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fleury, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are you wrapping up on yours, Councillor?
No, the questions to staff, and are we speaking to, just to clarify again, Mr. Mayor, this is the entire Section 6?
Plus the the two motions in the direction.
Okay, thank you. So I do have a question to Wendy and Donna. Can you confirm that in terms of invoices we've received and plan to receive until the end of 2020, that the amount for shelters and motels is near $38 million?
Mr. Mayor, we're expecting at the end of 2020, we're forecasting to be at $36.4 million, which is an increase of 1.1 or 1.1 million or 3.1%.
And how much in 2020 did we leave on rent subs? I know that's been a program year after year that I keep bringing up, that we seem to have issues spending, and it's bizarre to me how we're not maximizing its use. How much is left in the account for 2020?
So in the account in 2020, we have $750,000 remaining in rent supplements, but those are allocations that we're planning on allocating in 2021 to support affordability in some of our new housing units that will come on in 2021.
Okay. In terms of the capital components to this, I believe it's item number G, which actually is in planning. What's the right number from your perspective in terms of our housing investments? Because we keep seeing an increase on how much invoices and the amount of folks that stay at our motels and shelters. How do we get out of that operational pressure year after year and that growth?
Donna, would you like me to start? Yeah. Councillor, in terms of the overall affordable housing capital budget that you're voting on today, what we have is a total investment for 2021 of $15 million. And the makeup, again, is $6 million, which is base funding. It's annual funding, and that will be built into our long-range financial plan that you're going to see when we deliver it in Q1 2021. The really good news in terms of that funding is that although, we're framing it as that 10-year investment, it's actually through to infinity until council chooses to change that. So it's a significant year after year investment that we're going to have in our affordable housing budget. And then the remaining pieces are one-time investments that bring us to that $15 million. What the plan will do is it will outline what our annual increases or our investments are that we need to meet that affordable housing need. So we're working very closely with Ms. Gray and her staff in terms of building that plan around the number of units and looking at, I'm going to say, 3 different scenarios to build that piece out. And I'll ask Ms. Gray if she has anything further to add to that.
Thanks, Wendy. And I think the piece when you're talking about the variability of the shelter, we have seen, significant variability in the cost of shelters. I think, from 17 15.6% increase to this year, which is about a 3.1% increase. So what we want to make sure over the long range financial plan that we're anticipating and modeling that and looking at all of the costs that help us make sure that this envelope is sustainable going forward. And what that allows us to do, which you're well aware, Councillor, in the portfolio with Ottawa Community Housing, is allow predictability for individuals and organizations that want to develop and need the development cycles and the commitment of funding over the longer term to be able to build affordable housing for the long-term sustainability, not year by year.
Okay. Well, look, I appreciate the answer and the answers and the clarity. It's been a pleasure, Donna and Wendy, to work with you, and thank you for the responses. Maybe now, turning to council, I believe we really have a political decision to make. We have a plan in place. There's a financial plan coming forward at CPS in March. But we can't afford to wait. The mayor spoke in the budget presentation earlier of house prices that are increasing by 15%. In a bizarre way, look at real estate. That's what increases. We have to invest our way out of some of the housing issues. The latest numbers we have 13,000 plus residents that are on a waiting list for an affordable unit in Ottawa. Since I've been elected 10 years, that number has not decreased. OCH is a strong part of that solution. We need year after year equity of around 13.1 million to build sustainably 5,000 units a year, 500 units a year to get us to the goals that we've established. So, my biggest struggle is not that we don't have a plan, is that we need political appetite to go into debt to fund new housing, to get the operational pressures off. So, I respect Wendy, Donna, and Steve Willis's work on affordable units, on all of the elements, but I can't support today's effort. $15 million in housing is simply not enough. We have to match what we're spending operationally in housing and shelter services and motels to at least get ourselves out of that growth pressure. And yes, we have the right plan, but we need to spend it. I will also be dissenting on item number, so I'll be dissenting on item 6C and item 6G, Mr. Mayor and Clerk. I'll also be dissenting on item number 6C, and under the roadmap that I was shared, it was III, but there's double III. My specific is on bylaw. Bylaw needs additional FTEs. I see it constantly around vacant housing, vacant house, debris, property standards. We're not able to respond effectively to residents' concerns and protect neighborhoods. So I'll be dissenting on those items, Mr. Mayor.
So do you have any alternatives and any cuts to reduce that would pay for any of these ideas you want to spend money on, Councillor?
Well, Mr. Mayor, when I've gone through all the budgets, asked a number of questions as committee chairs can appreciate, and I raised the concern that when I look at the transportation budget, we're going into debt. And when I look at the CPS budget, when I look specifically on the housing front, we're very conservative around our spending on housing, yet we keep incurring more additional pressures. So for me, it's the willingness, the political willingness to go into debt to build more housing faster.
Okay, but on bylaw, you don't have a solution. Was this raised at CPS?
I did raise it at CPS, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll clarify as we go through the list who's going to dissent on which items. Okay, Councillor Eglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to point out that due to the conflict of interest situation that I have with YSB, through discussions with Mr. Marlowe, as well as with the Deputy Clerk, my understanding is that I can vote on certain portions of the motion that's in front of us from Councillor McKenney, but not all of them. So I was going to ask if we could vote on each item separately, please.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions to Ms. Gray. First off, in the motion that's before us from Councillor McKenney, there is I think it's 3C, talks about $3.2 million. And I just, to crisis teams, I just want to confirm with Ms. Gray that would be for existing teams. That would mean money in and money out to existing teams, and not that we would be setting up new neighborhood resource teams.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's my understanding. Yeah, it would be directed to existing services who are responding in that nature today.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And also, Ms. Gray, I just wanted, when I was at the chair of CPS, I recall that we lost a lot of opportunities for matching funding with upper tier levels of government by not making our share of the contribution. And I just want you to confirm for us that the probability of receiving more upper tier money is enhanced by making greater investments locally.
When what's in the budget, what you'll see in the budget is the municipal, which is built into our budget right now. There's a municipal contribution in the budget, which we must make in order to get the respective funding from every level of government. So when we're looking at that budget and that amount of money, that's built into the budget as it exists today, based on the funding formula and based on the requirements. So that's based in that. In terms of the COVID funding and the enhancement of funding as a result of COVID, there has not been a requirement for matching funding in those particular instances. Those have been directly flowed to the municipality through the provincial government, particularly around social service relief fund and the Reaching Home, where there isn't a requirement for the to co-pay or to co-fund those investments.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to speak briefly to the McKinney motion. And I want to say to city staff that I understand the magnitude of the challenge recommending a budget with, so I know it's a big budget, but there's just so little discretionary spending in that budget. And I understand that that presents a challenge. I also understand that challenge is magnified by the precarious financial position that municipalities, not just Ottawa, but municipalities across the country find ourselves in as a result of COVID. And I know that the COVID pandemic has exposed some serious issues, especially impacting our most vulnerable citizens. And yet, I do find this to be a very status quo budget. I mean, especially for a council that just recently declared a housing emergency, we are still quite reliant just on upper tier dollars to put money into some of these areas. And so I do believe that there is more that needs to be done. I mean, we all have heard that maxim, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we certainly know that upstream investments help with downstream costs. And that is why, you know, I look at this motion, nobody wants to raise taxes more, and it would be nice to find it in other pockets, although it just seems to be elusive. But I mean, the motion that Councillor McKinney puts before council, I think those investments are hugely important for our most vulnerable citizens. And I don't think that we're doing enough. And it does, in my mind, what she's asking for equates to about a cup of coffee a month for an average homeowner. And that to me is not a huge investment, prohibitive cost when you think about the good that it could do, especially for our most vulnerable citizens, especially for people coming into the winter months that are living on streets in Ottawa. I heard one of my colleagues say that now is not the time to consider this. Well, absolutely, yes, it is. Now is exactly the time to consider it. This is the budget. This is the time that we make choices and we make our pitch for priorities. And I think our most vulnerable citizens should be a huge priority, especially right now in the midst of a global pandemic and the impact it's having locally on our city. And it's for that reason that I will support that motion. I would ask council to support that motion. I think we should be doing more than we're doing. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I see no one else except Councillor McKinney to wrap up. Does anyone else wish to speak before Councillor McKinney wraps up? Oh, Councillor McKenney, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who spoke and for considering what's in front of you today in terms of the motion that I have. You know, I want to start by saying that our staff work hard every day. I have to acknowledge that in housing, in social services, they're out in the front lines. They're the ones that are seeing what's happening in our community. So I do, but when we think about, I want to just break down each piece. 5 million for housing, that could build us 40 new units. We had 200 people sleep outside in the city last night. Kids, youth. We know that there are hundreds of youth who experience homelessness in the city. Women and men who are tucking in under bridges, who are at risk always of opioid overdoses and dying. So that $5 million alone would create 40 new units, 40 families, 40 people could be housed for that. Neighborhood crisis teams for $3.2 million. Yes, we need provincial funding. There is a role for the province in that, in nursing and nurse practitioners, but there's a role for the city as well in outreach workers, homeless outreach workers, harm reduction workers. We have to do our part. And putting together a neighborhood crisis team means that when you see somebody in crisis out on the street, and we see it daily, we don't have to call the police. We can call a number, we can call a unit, a mobile unit who will come, who will wrap services, the type of services that people need in that absolute horrible time of crisis in their life. It would mean that, you know, the letter I received from a woman whose brother died in a rooming house would have gotten the support that he needed. There would have been somebody there to at least help him to understand what was available and help move him, you know, onto something. Our businesses in this city call on me all the time. I sit on BIAs. They want, you know, they don't want to see what is happening on the street, but we can't ask police to move people on when there's nothing to move them on to, when there's no housing, there's no services to move them on to. And to suggest that because cost of living is 1% that we're doing okay for people who have nothing. People who are living in poverty are not buying cars and gas and furniture and clothing and groceries. That's the cost of living at 1%. They need our help. It is going to cost us. So we are simply not doing enough. We received a letter that was signed by 82 agencies in our community telling us that they need more money. Funding for Ottawa social services has not kept pace with demand. In a recent survey by the Coalition of Community Health Centers, 41% of respondents said they were reaching out for support for the first time. A full-time staff person doing crisis intake and immediate counseling would cost $66,000 a year. They could serve 355 clients each year. A little bit of money, what it could do. And these are agencies in all of our communities. Are we telling them that they don't know what they're saying? That they really don't need that extra $5 million? It's Operation Come Home, youth homelessness. It's a Good Companions, it's The Door, Shepherds of Good Hope, AIDS Committee, Somali Center, Jewish Family Services, Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women, Parkdale Food Center, the Anglican Diocese, all of our CHCs. That's who is telling us that we need to invest. You're not out there in the front line. You're not at St. Luke's right now with a lineup of people around the corner just needing to be fed, but it's happening in our community. And I can tell you today's arguments are ideological arguments. And you're going to make an ideological decision today. Because for $2 a month, I'm going to tell you, if there's somebody who is at risk of losing their housing because of $2 a month, they need this help. They're asking for it too. Because the rest of us are doing well during the pandemic. We're saving money, we're putting it away, we're not spending, but people who are at risk of losing their housing, who are unhoused, in shelter, thousands, are telling you but they need this. They need our help, and we are not doing enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. I'll offer my comments on this. I think our city is a generous city. I think we've got a big heart. We see that in terms of contributions to charities and fundraising projects to not-for-profit sector. We're always number one or close to number one on a per capita basis. The City of Ottawa, during these difficult times, working with our partners, have increased social programs and housing budget, I think, by a total of 240%. Of course, groups that receive funding from us will write to us asking for more funding. That's the nature of the system that we have in place, and I respect them for that. But we have an inflation rate of 1.7%. This additional 1.3% on top of the 3% will bring us to twice the rate of inflation, our tax rate. And let me tell you a story. I met a gentleman who runs a small business in the Glebe. He told me he's in arrears of his taxes, property taxes, in his home. He lives in River Ward. He's been in arrear for 2 years because he hasn't had the money to pay because he's been paying his business tax to keep the doors of his business open. And so while it may be just a cup of coffee and you can try to rationalize it in that fashion, the fact of the matter is that we have one of the highest tax jurisdictions in Ontario. And we have to be conscious of the fact that we don't want to push more people into poverty. Now, one councillor said there's no analysis or basis for a tax increase of, say, 4 or 5%. Well, first of all, the 3% that the majority of us voted on not too long ago in this council took into account 2%, which is roughly the rate of inflation, and 1% infrastructure levy that goes to upgrading roads and sidewalks and culverts and the like. And so who is this increase going to hurt? It's going to hurt people on low income, fixed income, seniors, pensioners, newcomers, new home buyers, young couples that want to buy their first home. And the 5% tax increase means that the low-income families' property taxes will double in about 14 years. So for that young family that buys the house in 2020 today, starting a family, their property taxes will double before their kids are finished high school. So yes, there are challenges out there, but we've met those challenges and we've provided significant amounts of new money, plus federal and provincial money. Some people on council seem to dismiss that. It's not money because it's not from us. Well, it's from the same taxpayer. So the province, the federal government, the municipal governments have provided program after program. The CERB program at the federal level is the most generous income supplement program in the history of our country. That has to be taken into account. The fact that we're spending more on affordable housing, Cumberland Housing, 15 units, OCH Rochester, 140 units, Shepherds of Good Hope, 42 units, Deaf Blind Ontario Service, support of 6 units, Habitat for Humanity, 8 units, John Howard Society, 40 units, Ottawa Community Housing, 160 units, CCOC, 31 units, Anglican Diocese, 35 units, Multi-Faith Housing for Veterans, 42 units, also in development, the Nepean Housing, 28 affordable units, Anglican Diocese, 98 units, Hetherington, 150 units, CCOC, 30 units. Sometimes I listen to some colleagues and it's like we're doing nothing for the sector of housing or social services, when in fact, when you see these statistics and you see these specific projects, you realize that we are punching well above our weight. So I would encourage members not to support the McKinney-King motion to increase taxes well above the rate of inflation, and to support the staff budget. They put a lot of work into it. This motion that comes, there's been really no public consultation on it because it was just dropped in our laps yesterday. Some of the same councillors who decry the fact that we don't consult the public, there was no consultation whatsoever with this document where you're asking for an increase of 1.3 or 1.4%. So I'd encourage you not to support the McKinney-King motion and to support the Fleury motion, which is the hand-in-hand subsidy, and the direction on waiting pools. But just as a reminder, next year is not the year to add more and more expenses. Every expense is going to have to be looked at very, very cautiously. We shouldn't be adding more and more programs when we have the uncertainty of not knowing when the pandemic is going to end and how the economy is going to rush back to the level it was when we had a very healthy local economy that was employing a lot of people, and the unemployment rate was the lowest in 30 years. So yeas and nays on the McKinney-King motion, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Again, Mr. Mayor, can we vote on it item by item, please?
Yeah, I think we're doing the McKenney motion first.
No, could we do A, B, and C individually? The housing, the social the community funding, and then the 3.2. If we could break it up, that'd be great.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'm informed by the Integrity Commissioner I can vote on the first 5 million piece. I can't vote on the balance, but I can vote on that piece.
Mr. Mayor, to clarify, is the request that we vote on point 1 of Councillor McKenney's motion, which I'll ask staff to put on the screen, please, and then separately on the rest of Councillor McKenney's motion?
If we could do each point 1, point 2, point 3, and then the second be further resolved.
Okay, and then if you have a conflict, please let me know before we get to the vote. So the first one, and I would urge members to vote against all 3 of these, is the $5 million for housing on top of the 15 million we're already providing. So yays and nays on the first McKenney King bullet.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor El Shantiri?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan?
No.
Conseil Cloutier?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Conseil Fleury?
Oui.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Suds?
No.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
No.
8 yeas, 16 nays.
So does anyone on item 2, does anyone wish to change their vote, or can we have the same vote transcribed?
Same vote.
Agreed?
I can't vote on the balance, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
Of
so you
conflict
just
on the balance.
excuse yourself.
Yeah, I'm going to shut my video off right now.
Okay.
So
the same vote minus Councillor Eglai not being in attendance, carried? No, agreed to. Carried. And the same vote for item 3 with Councillor Eglai excusing himself. Agreed?
Agreed.
And then the last, therefore, be it resolved, the same, sorry, this one is to, for me, is this Councillor McKenney for me to write to the Premier?
That's what it says.
Okay, carried on that?
Carried.
Carried.
Okay, next we have the Brockington, or I'm sorry, apologize, the Fleury motion hand in hand.
Carried.
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 The direction to staff with respect to wading pools, if it fits within the budget. Agreed.
Carried.
Yeah. Wading pools and beaches. Sorry to.
Beaches. Yeah. Swimming. Okay. And next we have item. Okay, so next is Councillor McKenney has a declaration on 6C1. So we have 6C1A, Community Homelessness and Prevention Initiative, carried. B is home for
Consent, Mr. Mayor.
consent by Councillor Fleury.
Councillor Fleury on 6CI, the entire housing services.
Is it the whole one?
Yes.
Okay, so then home for good, carried.
Mr. Mayor, I have a declaration on 6C1 and 2.
Okay, so you'll excuse yourself.
I will shut off my video once again.
Then reaching home, carried.
Carried.
And then Councillor Eglai has a declaration, and then 2, small I, Community Social Services Partner and Stakeholder Initiative Community Funding, page 41, without Councillor Eglai at the table. Carried.
Carried.
And then Councillor Deans has a declaration of interest on 6C 11. Did you excuse yourself at that last vote, Councillor Deans? Oh, it's the upcoming. Oh, I'm sorry. So you're going to excuse yourself, Councillor Deans, for this one? Do we have Councillor Deans? Okay.
Sorry, that's correct. I turned off my camera right now.
Okay, so you're declaring your interest, and we have small III, Community and Social Services, Children's Services, user fees carried.
Carried.
Municipal Child Care Centers operating resource requirement carried.
Carried.
We welcome back Councillor Deans. Item Roman numeral number 4, Ottawa Fire Services, Councillor Luloff has a conflict of interest on 6C4. Councillor Luloff, have you excused yourself? Yes, okay. So on the Ottawa Fire Services operating resource requirement, page 8.
Carried.
Roman numeral 5, remaining 2021 Community and Social Services draft operating budget. Carried.
I dissent on that one for bylaw FT.
Dissent, McKenney.
Okay.
So this is the same, I understand, Mr. Mayor, the same dissents as at committee, which is bylaw and regulatory services operating resource requirement.
That's correct. Roman numeral 6, 2021 CPS capital budget.
Carried.
Carried.
Item D, the Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management, tax-supported portion of the 2021 draft operating and capital budget.
Carried.
Take that off because I can't see the screen, Madam Deputy Clerk. Well, okay, you'll just let me know then if someone has their hand up. If I don't see you on the screen, it's because the screen is blocked. So just let me know or wave, and the committee deputy or the deputy clerk will tell me. So item D is the draft operating capital budget. Carried.
Carried.
Item E, the Transportation Committee portion of the 2021 draft operating and capital budget.
Mayor, I'd like to just hold on the capital budget side. Can we separate that, or can I dissent on the capital only?
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Clerk.
Councillor Menard, is your intent to declare an interest on the same matters you declared, or not declared an interest, my apologies, dissent on the same matters in the capital budget as at Transportation Committee?
That's correct. It's the road expansions, particularly along the LRT route.
So specifically, this is capital project Airport Parkway, capital project Bank Street, Leitrim to Dunn Skipper, and capital project Strandherd Drive Phase 2, Mara Vista to Jockville. That's
correct. You're good, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Caitlin, I had the same dissents, Councillor Leeper.
Okay, so that's on item E.
Yes, sorry, McKenney as well.
Right. Carried on E with carried. Those dissents noted.
Carried.
Okay, item F, Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Wastewater, draft operating and capital budget. I, Standing Committees on Environmental Protection, rate supported operating budget, and I, Standing Committee on Environment Protection, Water and Waste Management, capital budget, rate supported. Carried?
Carried.
Item G is the Planning Committee portion of the 2021 draft operating and capital budget. Carried?
Carried.
I dissent, Mr. Mayor, on the housing.
Okay. Item H, Transit Commission portion of the 2021.
Sorry, McKenney, dissent on the housing as well.
Okay. Operating from the capital, or from the Planning Committee. Is that correct, Councillor McKenney?
That's correct.
Thank you. Item H is the Transit Commission. We have a number of motions. So let me just take them in the order that they were received. Councillor King, you have a motion seconded by Councillor McKenney. Would you like to introduce that, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm introducing this motion because I hear all too often from residents that transit fares are too high. That's why my motion calls for a fare freeze and why I believe the city needs to seek to reduce fares over time so that we give low-income people, especially, and other transit riders a break. Making transit more affordable will not only benefit working people, but will enhance the quality of life for everyone in our city. A transit fare freeze will help residents address the acute struggles they have, especially concerning access to affordable public transportation. The COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically increased this financial and mental stress. Now more than ever, ensuring that this fundamental service is available is of critical importance. A fare freeze will give those who have a fare increase will give those who have alternative transportation choices another reason to turn away from public transit, further depleting our ridership. An August study from Statistics Canada shows that of those individuals who left public transit but who are still commuting, 80% now drive to work. We are still responsible for the commitments we made as a council towards combating the climate crisis, and that includes encouraging the use of public transportation wherever possible to lower greenhouse gas emissions. A fare increase does not accomplish this. Then there are the residents who do not have an alternative choice, for whom public transit is an absolute essential service. Surveys conducted by the Canadian Urban Transit Association indicate that countrywide, the remaining transit ridership during this COVID-19 crisis is comprised of many essential workers, the majority of which who are low income, including grocery, health, and janitorial workers. It is hard to reconcile the idea of asking people who are providing such critical services to pay more for the privilege of getting to work. Even if an individual does not use public transit themselves, ensuring essential workers can continue to commute should be of vital importance to us all. Other riders still using transit include seniors and persons with disabilities performing essential tasks such as grocery shopping or visiting healthcare practitioners. For those who have no alternative choices, a fare increase is patently unjust. Relying on a freeze to the Equipass and Community Pass is not enough. The rapid changes and unpredictability of day-to-day life that the pandemic has created mean that financial insecurity may not look the same for everyone or be consistently demonstrable. According to data collected by the Canadian Mental Health Association in September, 40% of Ontarians are reporting stress or worry about finances during the second wave. But this does not mean 40% of Ontarians would qualify for a discounted transit rate. With multiple agencies and community groups reporting mental health concerns spiking, it is our responsibility as elected officials to take action to combat this trend. At the end of the day, public transportation is an essential service. We must not be afraid to take action to preserve it as such. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. We also have a motion by, I believe, Councillor Brockington and Meehan. You wish to withdraw your motion, Councillor Brockington?
I'm doing that, Mayor. I would like to speak to the main motion, but I'm withdrawing this one.
Okay, thank you. So we'll come back to you on that. Councillor Menard, seconded by Councillor, I believe, Fleury, on another fare freeze. Do you want to introduce the motion, Councillor Menard?
Yes, I can. If you can get it up on the screen.
I'm just going to get it. The Deputy Clerk has got it up there. There we go.
Fantastic. Thank you. So whereas a healthy, accessible, and affordable transit system is essential for residents in the future of the City of Ottawa, whereas many frontline and service industry workers who have had their incomes reduced due to the COVID-19 pandemic require public transit in order to get to work and staff many of our essential services, and whereas fears of COVID-19, remote work, and the need to maintain physical distancing has reduced ridership, and whereas increased transit fares will reduce ridership even further, whereas the city is currently investing in Stage 2 LRT and will require more and more residents to travel via public transit, and therefore cannot further discourage ridership, and whereas the city has declared a climate emergency and cannot afford to have more residents abandon public transit if we are to meet our carbon emission targets and fight climate change, and whereas the fare freeze of 2020 was to be covered by RTG and not through 2021 reserve funds by the will of council, be it resolved that transit fares for 2021 be frozen at 2020 levels and that the $5.1 million required to offset the fare freeze be covered by the 2021 reserve funds.
Okay, thank you. Just a question of the treasurer. My understanding is that the Transit Reserve Fund does not have that capacity to pay for 5.1 million. Wendy, can you let us know?
Yeah, I did review an earlier version, and my recommendation is that the reserves are not a source for this. I am concerned in terms of the overall state of the operating reserves. As we move into 2021, we're opening with a balance of, I believe, 5.1 million. We're projecting that we've got a deficit that we're going to have to deal with for transit that's non-COVID related, which could potentially be up to $12.4 million, which would put the reserves into negative balance. So I'm not supportive of this use.
Just to ask the clerk, Mayor, same question to the clerk around the 2020 budget, though. This is council direction that we directed that this would be in the dispute that we've got with RTG. And that was how council had decided to freeze fares for 2020. And so this would be going against council direction to then use the reserves on top of that in 2021. So I just want to
Mr. Clerk, can you comment? My understanding was that we had a freeze for a good part of this year based on the lack of performance by RTG. And that was the reason why it was supported. The fact that the treasurer has indicated that there is no money to cover this, unless you have a new source of revenue, I'm going to rule this motion out of order.
I agree with your assessment, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have motions?
Okay, well, I'll challenge it because council gave direction on this motion, whether it was for part of that year or all of the year, should not be a reason to declare it out of order. Council's direction in 2020 was to freeze fares using the recovery from RTG.
Councillor, there's no debate on challenging the chair, so we're going to call a roll vote. If you support my decision, you vote yes, and if you do not, you vote no.
Mr. Mayor, can you re-clarify the position on Councillor Manal's? What's your standing as chair for that motion?
Well, no, it's not debatable. They have been challenged the chair because I ruled his motion was out of order because there's no funding source available. The treasurer just said that fund will be oversubscribed. So shall the chair be sustained? You support my ruling as yes. If you don't, you vote no.
But there is funding because we're using it for 2021.
Nays, Mr. Menard.
Councillor DeRusse.
So just to clarify, if you're supporting my ruling, it's yes. If you are not, you vote no.
Councillor DeRusse.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Councillor Couchier.
Yes.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
Oui.
Councillor Moffat. Councillor Moffat.
Councillor Moffat.
Yeah, I said yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Kavanagh.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
18 yeas, 6 nays.
Okay, so we have before us Councillor King and Councillor McKenney have a motion. And Councillor Brockington, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly 2020 has been a challenging year for public transit systems across our country. And I'd like to begin by thanking all OC Transpo staff, particularly our frontline workers. who've been there each and every day during the pandemic to ensure our city keeps moving. Very, very important. As COVID closed many employment centers and post-secondary institutions, OC Transpo has seen a sharp decline in ridership, with fare revenues have followed suit. And the estimated losses, as we've heard, are about $125 million this year. I applaud the staff budget for 2021, particularly the acknowledgement of the potential to revisit budget lines during the year as it unfolds. An ambitious ridership target of 70% has been estimated. Will provincial and federal governments provide a second round of emergency funding for transit? That remains to be seen. We need this to happen to continue to provide stable transit services in Ottawa. The 2021 budget outlines 3 potential options. In addition to being a councillor, obviously I'm a transit commissioner, and I have for weeks with my staff reviewed all budgets in the lead up to today's meeting. I'm concerned about public transit in Ottawa, particularly the continuation of service. If we meet our ridership targets and receive a second wave of funding from upper levels of government, service will remain. But I do remain worried. I do remain worried as the impacts of COVID are unpredictable. In reviewing the budget for transit, I've tried to look at each budget line to better understand the need for it, whether it's a mandatory expenditure or can be deferred, and how it impacts passengers and our staff. That's my job, and that's what we are elected to do. Over subsequent meetings with the general manager, it's become clear that in order to maintain service as is, the budget is lean in that regard. Attempts to further reduce the operating budget keep coming back to those that will impact passengers and/or personnel, and that is not my focus. It is clear that short-term cost savings will ultimately be more expensive to taxpayers in the long run and disruptive to both passengers and our staff. This is a very tricky tightrope to walk. In the event, big if ridership levels do not meet revenue expectations, there may be a requirement to review service. What I've been asking for is clearly or simply a clear and transparent process in this regard, with established criteria, public consultation plan, and timelines to implement. Both the GM and chair of the Transit Commission this week have confirmed that this transparency will be provided to the Commission later this spring. This is not a call for service reductions, rather to better understand the plan if ridership does not increase. It is possible to both be concerned with the provision and retention of transit services and the financial situation of OC Transpo. Anything less is a dereliction of our duty of what we're asked to do, review the budget. My commitment has always been and will always be to work with our staff, my colleagues on the commission, our passengers, our staff's collective bargaining agents, and taxpayers to ensure we have a strong, stable transit system in Ottawa. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor, I'm sorry, the Deputy Clerk has a correction on the last vote.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my apologies. I had incorrectly noted you, Mr. Mayor, as voting against sustaining your own ruling. The correct count is 19-5. Thank you.
Okay, I can confirm I support myself. Thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the motion brought in front of you by Councillor King. I take transit not daily anymore because I don't come into work daily, but whenever I do, I take it often. And the people who are on transit today, for the most part, are frontline workers who we hailed as heroes a few months back. And they, they're the people who work in grocery stores, or people who work, in our social services, people who work in healthcare, and they're the ones who can least afford an increase right now. If homeowners couldn't afford $2 a month increase to be able to spend, $13.2 million on what would have been a great return on investment, we certainly can't put even more than that on our frontline transit riders. That's who's left on the buses. That's who's left on the trains. That's who's traveling now. We were quick to do so when our commuters were being, put out because the train wasn't running well. I expect that we would do the same thing for the people who need to be going to work today, to keep transit affordable for them so that they can continue to use it. They will be the base of our transit ridership as we try to win people back onto transit. But the more we make it affordable, and at this point it is very much unaffordable for people in low-income frontline jobs. So I hope that my colleagues can recognize that, especially those who felt that the modest increase to homeowners was not appropriate at this time, that the same would go for very low income and frontline transit riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Suds, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question for staff. As council, all members of council did last week, received a memo regarding the OC Transpo alert system database being compromised. And I wanted to ask staff not to delve into the details necessarily, but my concern is, are the resources needed to ensure that these types of attacks are thwarted, available in next year's budget? And I'm respecting that this is, it was the OC Transpo database, so I believe it was the OC Transpo IT team that was working on this, as opposed to necessarily those under Valerie Turner's shop. So are the dollars in the OC Transpo budget for this moving forward?
Mr. Chair, with respect to the attack last week, we are very fortunate in that Valerie's team has an excellent IT security expert team. They were fully engaged, as were Valerie and myself, Ms. Turner and myself. So it was a joint effort. We do have the right budget to manage those things, but in addition to that, we've also we're bringing in another team working with our corporate ITS team to do a threat and vulnerability assessment. And that's what you do with IT. As you know, you continually assess it and look for the worst. We're blessed that we have some very good systems in terms of other jurisdictions like Montreal, that their payment cards have been hacked. Ours have not. Presto just went through an audit in that regard now. So we've got all the resources we need, and we've got a great partnership with the corporate ITS team, and we follow all the recommendations that came out of that audit in terms of threat and vulnerability.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Marconi. I just wanted to ensure that this was addressed, and as I can appreciate, it will likely grow in importance in the months and years to come. So wanted to ensure it was properly budgeted for. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Menard, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the 2020 fare freeze. Is city staff still going to be looking to recover funds from RTG for part of the 2020 fare freeze?
Staff, yes, Councillor, through the chair, we are following Council's direction in all respects with those confidential briefings that you've received. Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. On this budget, I can't support it. I don't support a fare increase of 2.5% during this time in a pandemic when people taking transit are there because they have to take transit. I won't be supporting it, and I hope other colleagues do the same to send a message for future years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury.
Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. When we're talking about a complicated budget and an unprecedented year, that's exactly the kind of issue we're talking about here. We had a considerable loss of revenue this year that really puts us at risk here. The council is united on one point. We want to invest in transit. We believe in transit. We believe that every resident of our city should have access to good transit, and that's why we're investing in the LRT, 3 phases worth of it. However, our approach for financing is in a situation of conflict, because when we look at the cost of a pass, whether you be in the suburbs, or you'll hear people say to you, if you're one of the councillors from there, when we think of a couple that have to buy 2 adult passes, and that it costs more than if both of them bought a car and drove it to Centertown and park, well, something is not kosher there. So I don't blame OC Transpo. It's up to us to find creative solutions to finance the operational costs of OC Transpo, precisely in order to reduce the pressure caused by fare costs. We have a list of all the costs, community pass, U-Pass, and the pass for seniors. And I think the intention was precisely there. A good intention, but now the pressure is on the standard adult pass. It's incredible the number of complaints and the decisions that people have to take. What they end up doing is they buy a car. We have less users, we have less ridership, and we wonder why we can't be competitive. So I'm going to vote against the increase in fares out of principle. I think that we just don't have a status quo budget. We shouldn't have one, and we have to reconsider our approach for the financing of transit. And I would have hoped, if it hadn't been for the way the budget process is set up, that we have a subgroup of elected people to have that look at that specific issue to bring along long-term solutions to bear in order to increase ridership and make it more affordable for all your riders. So I support I support the COVID freeze, but I think we should have a better overall look, in particular for adult passes. Thank you.
Did you recognize me, Mr. Mayor?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Just a couple questions. One to Mr. Manconi. Mr. Manconi, I wonder if you could just outline for members of council and the public that are listening today why you're recommending the status quo in terms of funding when our ridership has diminished to somewhere around 30-35%, because I think it's hard for us all to understand. I mean, it's been going on for 10 months now since the pandemic really hit, and yet there haven't been any reductions. And we know that without riders, it's a very costly proposition. And 10 months in, it just feels like there should be recommendations to dial back some spending inside. So maybe you could explain why that recommendation isn't before council.
Certainly, Councillor, and I want to start off by acknowledging I totally understand the public's concerns with expenditures, and perhaps that's on us in terms of have we done the best job of articulating how we have in fact cut costs without cutting service, and that's it stems to my opener, and when I tabled the budget, is we really want to take the long view. We don't want to box anybody in. We don't want to box our customers in, and we don't want to box you as council in and doing any drastic short-term things that preclude you from doing what everyone is talking about. Everyone wants to have a great system for our great city. So I'll start off with savings. I know Mr. Kanalakis reminded me, we have done big savings at OC Transpo. Combined, everything from the nickels and dimes of expenditure controls to the large things that we've been watching, $11 million is what we're looking at saving. And that's without impacting service. And yes, there's some big ticket items there on fuel consumption. We've been all over our fleet, making sure buses aren't idling when they don't need to and so forth. There's the Presto fees, that's a reduced ridership and so forth, managing our contracts, managing all the expenditures that add up to that $11 million. So we have done that, and we'll continue to do that as I've tabled in the budget for 2021. We want to make sure that we take the long view. We've got a lot of COVID left to manage. As you've heard Dr. Etches say, the vaccines around the corner. What are we going to have to do to support logistics in terms of mobility when those sites open up, if people want to go out and get vaccinated? And I want to touch a little bit on ridership. You know, our overall number is, I just literally got them today from Mr. Scrimgeour. It's on average 30, but I can tell you, and this is optimism, and this is, you know, proof that the long view is the right thing to do. There are some routes in your communities that are almost at 50% ridership. You know, Route 11, 47%, Route 12, 43%, Route 14, 43%, Route 85, 43%. That ridership is coming back. And the last thing we want to do is, and I like to go back and look at early days of pandemic. There were many other jurisdictions, and I'm not going to call them out, but they're Canadian ones, that cut service. They went very short-sighted, and they had a lot of complaints. You just need to Google those, and you'll find who they are. Now, many of them are trying to restore service, and they're having to tell people to wait for the next bus. Customers are not comfortable getting onto packed buses. Do we have some empty buses? Absolutely. But we're looking at it on a network basis. We're looking at what's coming. You know, Pfizer just announced, or the government just announced today, we saw the approval of the vaccine. People are going to want to get around the community. We want to support the economic recovery. And so in terms of managing the costs are important. And on the fare freeze, you know, Wendy can tell you that over the LRFP, if freezing fares is something that you do, it's a short-term measure, but with very big significant consequences, both when you will need to do double-digit fare increases or higher than 2.5%, and the impact that you'll have in terms of being able to do things in the transit affordability plan, which is not just trains, it's bus service, it's shelters, it's all those things that are very, very important and vital to our community. So fully respecting how everybody wants us to make sure we manage the bottom line, we are doing that, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Manconi. And I don't disagree with you actually on especially those community routes, that they're very important. And I, like so many others around the table, believe that the people that are taking transit right now are people who have few, if any, choices. But what I'm focused on are those downtown-bound commuter routes, people that are serving the federal government and others that go downtown to work every day, and many of whom now are working at home. And the chances of them going back anytime soon is probably quite remote. And yet we run a lot of commuter service. And that's where I'm wondering if we couldn't find some reductions perhaps to offset the 2.5% fare increase.
A couple of things. Short term, you don't have any flexibility to do that because you know the collective agreement very well. You and I did a lot of great work in that space, and so you have booking logistics. Winter schedule's already out. We're booking for the spring right now, so you don't have any short-term maneuverability to drive out any of those savings. But our opinion to you would be, if your peaks no longer become the peaks with those long-term commutes and so forth, redeploy that service to where many of you have asked for additional service, or you will need it both in the short, medium, and longer term in terms of redeployable capacity. There is virtually zero flexibility to do any real savings on quote unquote, you know, it's a tough word, cutting of routes right now, because we all know what you have to do. You have to lay people off, you have to park the buses, not fuel them. And as I've explained, you know, Councillor Brockes and I had very good discussions this week. The buses don't just sit idle. You either dispose of them or you got to keep them on rotation so that they're ready when a ridership returns. And the truth of the matter is nobody has that crystal ball when that ridership returns. I would hate to put you in a predicament where you don't have the capacity to either shuttle people downtown or to redeploy that capacity, because there's a lot of talk going on right now what commutes in urban settings like ours will look like post-COVID vaccine distribution and so forth. A lot of unknowns.
For sure. Thank you, Mr. Manconi. To you, Ms. Stevenson, Councillor Menard's motion sought to take money for fare freeze from the reserves, and you said you could not recommend that. I'm wondering if you could, however, recommend that if it were council's desire to freeze fares until at least COVID was over, could you recommend that come from the tax stabilization fund?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I think to John's point in terms of that overall compounding effect, you know, when he talked about the long-range financial plan and the transit affordability plan, that's something that I can't support, because what will happen is if we freeze fares, we need to find a permanent source to be able to fund that year over year. Otherwise, if we look at what's going to happen over a 30-year period, that could impact our affordability. And when we look at that number, it's significant. It's in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So not recommended.
Okay, unless, of course, we were to revisit our long-range financial plan and make some adjustments after COVID, recognizing that these were not normal times and we were trying to assist the community through this pandemic best we could.
I think, Councillor, that would really lead to cuts in the transit budget over the longer term. And one of the things that Mr. Manconi, I think, didn't really speak a lot to, but I can in terms of the preparation of the 2021 budget, is when we look at the pressures that they had for 2021, they were to the tune of, I want to say, approximately $49 million. They're quite significant. When we look at the budget operating envelope that we're able to provide to the increase in the transit fares and taxes, that envelope is $19.2 million. So John and his team have done a significant and enormous amount of work to move the mark on that to fit this year's budget into that envelope.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Mr. Manconi, if I could ask you, well, first of all, I was happy to see that you're experiencing some uptick in ridership on some of the routes you mentioned there just a few minutes ago. I'm wondering, do you have that data on all the routes throughout the city, and is it possible to see that so we could perhaps take a look at a plan that might increase some efficiency on the routes to help you actually in going forward?
We just started that, Councillor, and we're going to do our best. Our planning folks are stretched. Mr. Scrimger and his team are throwing all sorts. We're looking for as much data as we can. Our goal is to do that. So as soon as I've got that whole citywide picture, we will certainly share that with councillors.
So would you say, though, that primarily that's the routes, the suburban routes that are experiencing the most empty buses, if we want to put it like that?
I don't have the data in front of me. I mean, that's what it looks like from an observation. But again, just a caution, you and I had a good discussion too. It's those vital workers, right? Those people that really depend on this service. It's that conversation I had with a friend of mine who said, I saw an empty bus or a few people on it. The first question I asked was, do you take transit? Well, no, I have a car. Well, those people that need that ride, whether it's 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 coming from a suburban area, they're depending on the transit, and so and also it's a point in time. That bus may be quote unquote empty when they see it, but they may have had passengers along the route. But your question on data, we're scraping all the data we can because we know that you need that. And when we come with Plan C, I can tell you when we come with Plan C, we'll have data for you so that you can be fully briefed on what the parameters are for any future cuts if you want to make cuts.
Yeah, so Plan C is basically we're going to have to cut routes because either we don't get the funding from the other levels of government, the ridership doesn't increase. There's a lot of nobody wants.
One minor thing, and because I just want to give you comfort. Again, we're trying to give you as many tools in the toolbox, not to cut service. Is that's we're banking on approximately 70% return to ridership. If we're not there, again. We're trying to not cut service because in transit, the minute you cut to restore service is very difficult. You'll lose that ridership very quickly. We will come back and also tell you that we should go into the capital before you start cutting service. So all those tools are going to come to you so that, again, you have every scenario and every option before you, and cutting service should be your last resort is our professional recommendation. Of course, we'll take council direction in that regard.
Yeah. I appreciated Councillor Dean's question to you because one of the big issues and one of the big subjects that we get a lot of letters on out here is the fact that people are seeing enough number of empty buses rattling around in the suburban area. And people are saying, how can we afford to do that? Well, it is costing us millions of dollars each week. But I guess one of the things that bothers me is that we are still counting on another level of government to prop up our public service. So if we do not get, can't we actually run our own service sustainably without another level of government? And when I say this, taxpayers, a lot of people who don't ride the bus are supporting the bus system. We're asking them to pay more. And it's a sore point for them. It's like you're rubbing salt in a wound. There's nobody on the buses that they see that they're going to be paying more for this service. So do you think that we could ever get to the point where we can run this service without that federal money?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to jump in on that because what Councillor Meehan is asking is basically at the heart of the strategy that we've taken for the entire city budget, which Mr. Manconi and his team have been working within in terms of how we present this budget. And the key point to make is that we have enough money to get us to the end of March, based on what the province has told us from the download from the provincial money. Every city in the country is in the same position right now. We are all in a place that if we don't receive the next phase 2 of the restart money to get us through 2021, we will not be able to sustain all of our services, not only OC Transport, but all of our services. The amount of money that we will be short in 2021 will be too large to be able to make do without, even after you do capital, even after you do your reserves, you're going to have to face service level cuts across the board. And council will ultimately make that decision of where they want to prioritize the service cuts, or which ones. That's your decision to make. We would bring you recommendations. Mr. Manconi did present a plan where basically it's what Councillor Brockington is saying. We are not disagreeing with Councillor Brockington. The only thing that I think the difference of opinion may be on the timing of when that happens. We're saying that the moment we find out that we're not going to get the next phase of restart money, we will be back immediately to council with recommendations, because we've been working on them, on what areas of the city budget you need to reconsider to be able to get that budget back within the envelope that we have and to balance the budget, because we can't go into a deficit. So we're all on the same page. Staff is not disagreeing with the questions that are coming. We actually agree with you. We're just saying we're good for a few more months. We have been doing the work. We don't think the timing is right to now start, because the unknowns about even, I'm talking to Tony DeMonte, and we're talking every day, several times a day, about just the rollout of the vaccination. The logistics of that are huge. We're going to have to redeploy hundreds and hundreds of city staff to be able to support those efforts across multiple sites in this city to vaccinate 1 million people. So we have a lot of unknowns ahead of us. We don't want to do knee-jerk reactions, but if we have to go there, we are prepared to go there. We're actually quite good at it. This management team has been around a long time, and they're very experienced at looking at service cuts and finding savings and bringing those ramifications to council. But they will be painful, I can assure you of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kay. Sorry, Steve. Let me just say then, I've been wrapping up. I understand the dilemma we're in, and I think my biggest frustration is that we have so little flexibility in the system in order to respond. Because when we asked last spring, we didn't know that it was obviously this pandemic was going to last into 2021. If we had known that, I guess we would have made some service cuts along the way that would have saved us some money, but we didn't have a crystal ball. But going forward, we still don't have a crystal ball. And we don't know if we're going to get the federal funds. We know that, we're tied into contracts that give us a little flexibility in order to reduce some of the service that we have, even, decrease some of the frequency of some of our routes. But if we get that data that Mr. Manconi is promising us, and we get a working group going together, then maybe we can take a look at maybe reconfiguring some routes. We don't necessarily really want cuts, but reconfiguring in light of the reality of COVID. Like if people in the suburbs are just going to work in the suburbs and recreate in the suburbs, maybe we just need better suburban transit systems. But we need the information, and we need a commitment that we're going to do that. So I'll just leave it there. But thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to follow up on what Councillor Meehan was just saying here. If we go in and we cut all the services, there was a recent editorial that talked about 10 million in service. If we start cutting all the services to the suburbs, then the taxpayers in the suburbs are going to refuse to pay for the system. We're going to create a compounding problem once we start getting in and reducing services. If we reduce the service at paratransport, where we've been working for years to try to get that up to the standard that our ridership want, if we start going back there and cutting the overtime for the paratransport drivers and that, we're not going to be able to make service those calls that come in for a ride. So I hope councillors will keep that in mind when they think of this. I think Councillor Meehan has touched on something that we wanted to do before COVID, but now maybe this is the incentive to get going at it faster, and that is improve the service within the suburbs. I know I could speak to it. I'm sure Councillor Sudds and Gower would share my view. We've got a lot of people in our wards that are still working in the high-tech community, and yet they can't get from their home to their work using OC Transport. So that's not a service. They all don't want to go to Tunney's Faster. They want to go to the different business parks that we have in this area, maybe Barrhaven, Bell's Corners, but certainly we don't have that service, and we could take this opportunity to try and deploy or redeploy service to that area. I'd like to ask Mr. Manconi a couple of questions on this, if I could. Mr. Manconi, what's this fare increase? What's that mean on an average monthly pass? What's the dollar value?
It's a nickel a ride and $3 per month for an adult pass.
Right. Thank you. So, and the Equifare, if you could clarify, we've frozen the fares on all the Equifares and the different passes that we have available for those that are most vulnerable and in need, correct? So this fare increase is not affecting those people.
Correct, and you froze that at 2019 levels.
Thank you. In response to that, Councillor Brockington's editorial, I'd like to get on the record here. Did you hear from our employees' representatives, their unions on this, and what the impact that had on the employees and their families, please?
I can talk to you about a few employees that have shared that they're rattled. And, I ran into someone who works in the body shop today, asked him how he was doing. And he said, I'm concerned. And what are you concerned about? Health issues, COVID? And he said, no, I'm concerned about the pending cuts and the discussion of cuts and service. And generally the theme is concern and a bit of incongruency in terms of, when everybody was tucked away at home in March and April and May, these folks showed up every single day. And when I say these folks, it's not just the operators, it's the mechanics, it's the people cleaning the buses, all of them. So, I pride myself in feeling tension in organization. The organization is tense right now. We need to relax it. And this council has been very, very good to transit. And I know how difficult this discussion is about costs, and I know the pressure that you're facing with your residents. There's an utmost respect on that, and that's why staff continue to show up. I know the union leadership has been out there concerned. They've reached out to me, and generally there's a bit of tension in the air, is the way I would describe it.
Okay, thank you for that. I've also heard messages and from residents as well, wondering why we're looking at trying to cut the people that are showing up every day to work, as you said, through the pandemic, and continuing to get people to work and their doctor's appointments and so on. I've heard a lot of comments on that. I would expect a number of my colleagues would have as well. I'm urging my colleagues here to be careful in our way of looking for funding within the transit envelope. We know, based on the plan that's tabled there, that we have a plan A, B, and C. Let's not talk about C yet. We don't need to. We know we're okay for the first part of the year. Let's let our employees have a peaceful Christmas, and our riderships have some assurance that their bus will be there to get them over the holidays if they need to get somewhere. And in the new year, we will look at the challenges that 2021 will bring and find a way to do this. So, Mr. Marconi, I want to thank you for your service here and your entire team for getting us through this. I know it's been a huge struggle in the last week or so with the multiple motions that were flying back and forth here. And so please extend to them our thank you, at least the majority of council, the thank you for the service that they're providing. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. First, John, I just want to say thank you very much for a measured response to the multiple inquiries that I think every councillor are getting around service cuts. You know, we look and we see empty buses, and it's easy to forget that the people who are still taking transit are the folks who are working in grocery stores and long-term care, who are working in schools, who are making sure that, you know, these places are safe and stocked, and, you know, really keeping the bare minimum of our economy running and healthy and safe. And, you know, we need to be there as a city and as OC Transpo for those folks. And I really find some of the comments that have been made by some residents and others to be very cavalier. We can't throw these folks out. The other piece of it is, you know, there are, I think your workforce is around 3,000 people at OC Transpo. That is a really good body of people who are making good money, who are contributing to our local economy. You know, throwing a significant number of people on federal benefits, that has an impact on your local pizza joint who have lost that customer, the local stores. It's reduction in purchasing. You know, it would have a huge ripple impact in our economy if we start to seriously impact the workforce at OC Transpo. So thank you very much to your workforce for the work that they have been doing. And, you know, you can count on my support to ensure that they can keep on doing it. I do have a couple of questions with respect to the transit budget. We talk a lot about the Equipass as something that is helping vulnerable residents. The mayor was speaking in his comments about the precarious position of many in our city as a result of COVID. How many people are taking advantage of the Equipass who are, and I'm sorry not to have a better word for it, but, you know, working poor, the folks who are not on assistance, who absolutely require deeply affordable transit fares? How many of those folks are taking advantage of the Equipass?
I'll ask Mr. Scrimgeour to jump in and provide those numbers.
There's Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, there's approximately 9,000 people who are purchasing Equipass products, whether it's monthly passes or the discounted single ride fare.
But I guess I'm trying to understand how many of those folks are you know, not on Ontario Works, not on ODSP, who aren't currently receiving some other form of social assistance that makes it, you know, very clear that they qualify for an Equipass.
I think we can be certain that it's all or almost all of those people. For anyone who is receiving ODSP, they have which means that they have a low income and they have a disability. They have another choice, which is cheaper, and that is the community pass.
Right.
So those people have that. The people who are receiving transportation funding through Ontario Works use that funding directly and to buy their passes, so they're not counted in the Equipass numbers. So while we don't collect information about everyone's circumstance, and the reason that they're low income, we do know that there are other funding arrangements or other fare products for people who are in other situations, and therefore the people who are purchasing Equipass monthly passes or purchasing the single red fares under the Equipass are primarily those people who are unemployed or are underemployed or are working and making below the low income cutoff. And
what is the low income cutoff right now for multi-person household?
I will look that up, and I can get back to you on that.
Okay. The difference in price at $3 per pass, even if that is as a result of the fare increase, if the fare goes up for a monthly pass by $3 per person, that's $6 per month. We heard that even a $2 increase in taxes is going to put a lot of people in a very precarious position. What kind of analysis do we have that $3 for one person, $6 for a couple, maybe $9 a month for somebody who also has a young person in the house? What kind of analysis do we have that that's going to be affordable and not push those people into a suddenly very precarious position?
Mr. Mayor, that's a great question. So a few years ago, we brought in an independent expert to talk about elasticity of pricing. What Pat and the experts in his field will tell you right off the bat is that while people think that fare hikes equals ridership loss, frequency of service and reliability are actually the major contributors to retention of ridership. And then there is an elasticity curve that you do apply to fare increases. That is why here in Ottawa, we are big fans of what Council has approved, is that you do regular, modest increases. I know that's a relative term for how much people have in their income and so forth, but we do that consistently, and you avoid years where you get into 5%, 6%, 7% increases where it could really start to impact and get into that elasticity piece.
But if I may, John, the elasticity piece was related to ridership, and there are many people who are absolutely reliant on transit, and no matter how much you put the price up, they're still going to take transit. So I get the elasticity, but that's different from the question I was asking, which is, what does $3, $6 a month, which we were told earlier is unaffordable to many. What does that do to their personal financial circumstances?
Yeah, I'm not aware that we have that level of data. Pat, any comments on that?
I'm sorry, no, we don't have anything on that.
Okay. A question for Wendy or John as well. John, you spoke to, and Wendy, you spoke as well to the constraints that OC Transpo is under currently. Part of the constraint is the funding formula. Can you confirm that currently we are funding transit 55% out of user pay and 45% from the transit levy?
Pre-COVID, it was closer to about 50-50. And of course, with LRT, on LRT routes, your recovery ratio goes up because it's more efficient and effective. And Wendy, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, no, I think you're right there, John. It's just in terms of what our overall goal is. So we're trying
to target.
Our target. We're trying to move towards that target.
And is that a council choice to put more of the cost of transit on the user than on the general tax base?
I believe that's a council approved policy, Councillor.
Yeah. So when we're talking about the long range financial plans, the assumption is that we're going to continue to try to achieve that council approved funding ratio.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Chair, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Luloff, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think it's really important to remember that just because you see a bus pass your house and it's empty, it doesn't mean that it's empty for the whole route. And I appreciate Councillor Leeper's comments about frontline workers and the need for service. John, can you remind me what the individual fare would be if this budget passes today for a single ride?
Certainly. Pat, do you have that handy? Otherwise, I'll look it up.
I've got it right here. The adult single ride fare in 2021, if paid by Presto card or credit card, would be $3.60. If paid by cash, it would be $3.65.
Okay, because from my neighborhood, it would cost a frontline worker $19.11 to get to the Mo4 hospital. It would cost $37.58 for a servicewoman to get to the D&D Carling campus via Uber. It would cost $9.65 for a senior in my neighborhood to get to the closest grocery store. So to put a fine point on it, I spoke last week to a mother of a high school student in Springridge. So walking to school for them is not an option with a massive book bag and a tuba, and driving isn't an option because mom is working from home. And they can right now either get to school 40 minutes early or 10 minutes late. People in my community are asking for more service, not less service. So I'll certainly be supporting the transit budget today. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And just to add to the discussion, I want to thank my colleagues. It's I think we're having a big discussion today on transit. I didn't expect that, but I appreciate that we're recognizing the need for this system as is. It was already pointed out the usage of essential workers. Also, seniors are still heavily using this service. And I just wanted to point that out. And I look forward to us encouraging more people to use it. And I think we have to do everything we can to find ways of strategizing. It's kind of a marketing thing because we're going to have to sell ourselves after the COVID is over and get new customers and woo old customers back because that's a big part of our climate change. And let's not forget that. So I look forward to the strategy, every strategy we have to get more ridership overall, and don't forget those ones that are already there. I agree with Mr. Manconi in terms of the buses. I see, I get all the time about the empty buses too, but I also get emails of people who are still using it and are very, very grateful, and it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Second round, Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. Very briefly, Chair, I've been made aware of what the eligibility thresholds are for the low-income BAS. A four-person household earning more than a little over $40,000 would be ineligible to use the Equipass. I want, that's obviously a very, very low income at $40,000 for a four-person household. I want to make sure that we are not looking at the Equipass as the most important way to help our most vulnerable in the city. There are going to be a lot of people who a fare hike is going to affect, who are not going to be eligible for that Equipass. I'll just make that point. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep. Does anyone else wish to speak on the matter? Okay, well, I'll wrap up. I'm not going to support Councillor King's motion for a number of reasons. I think if we're keeping track, it wasn't that long ago, it was a price of a cup of coffee that we were being asked to absorb at 1.3% for increased social services. Now we're up to 1.48% to the transit levy. Folks, the reality is that with less money for transit, it means less transit. And you heard from some of our suburban colleagues the need for greater transit in certain parts of the area of the city. We are in fact freezing fares for those who need it by freezing the Equipass and the Community Pass. We did add on that second free or no charge Sunday for senior citizens in addition to the no charge Wednesdays. The freeze is costing taxpayers an investment of $185,000, and freezing fares freezes it for everyone. It doesn't target those who need it most. I'm not interested in a Director General from the Government of Canada getting a break on transit passes who takes the bus or the train to work and is making maybe $150,000, $160,000. We brought in, and I was proud to have brought forward the Equipass and the Equifare to our budget a few years ago, because we recognized we needed a deep discount for those people who were, as Councillor Leeper pointed out, the working poor. We have the Community Pass, which is even a deeper discount, and of course the Seniors Pass is a discount as well, in addition to the Wednesday and Sunday no charge. So I would strongly encourage members not to dig ourselves into a deeper hole because of our desire to freeze fares now. Again, inflation is running at about 1.7%. And what we're trying to do is to bring the fare increase as close to that rate as possible. That rate, as you know, goes up and down depending on the time of year. So I'd encourage you not to dig us into a deeper hole. You've heard from our experts and our planning staff, the transit staff, the treasurer, that this would not be a wise move to offer a fare increase, thinking it's only going to be for one shot, because as the treasurer quite clearly said, in the long range, and we've got to think beyond just the next election, we have to think of the next generation. In the long term, this will ensure that we were short several $100 million for our transit plan as we grow the city in different parts of, in the east and the west and the southern portions of our city. So I'm going to call for yeas and nays on the King-McKenney motion. Madam Deputy Clerk.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Leeper? Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
No.
Councillor Gower?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor Meehan?
No.
Councillor Puccier?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Luloff?
No, merci.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Conseil Fleury?
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Kitts?
No.
Councillor Dudas?
No.
Councillor King?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Councillor Dean?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Suds?
No.
Councillor Eglai?
No.
Councillor Menard?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
No.
Seven yeas, 17 nays. My apologies.
Okay, thank you. So we carry on with item H, the transit portion of the 2021 draft operating budget as amended as follows. One, that OC Trans will implement the Family Day Pass during March break as pointed out on A, B, and C. On those points, I think this was brought forward to Transit Commission. Carried?
Carried.
Mr. Mayor, how do we dissent on the fare structure? I don't see it in front of us.
It's H. We're just going to do all of the little amendments and then come back to the main one. So it goes D, Family Day, E, budget estimated changes the ridership and fare revenue that were recorded in 2021 so that council can make a decision on whether to make a regular change to the OC Transport fare table. Carried. And then on the overall budget as amended.
Yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays on OC Transpo's budget. Operating, yes. Is that what you asked for, Councillor, the operating?
Yes.
Okay, so that's H. So I
yeas and nays on OC Transpo's budget.
So I think a little delay there. So if you support the staff budget, you vote yes, and if you do not support the staff budget, you vote no.
Councillor DeRuse?
Oui, yes.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Oshantiri?
Eli?
Councillor Oshantiri?
Councillor Oshantiri?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor McKenney?
No.
Yes. Sorry.
Was Councillor McKenney?
McKenney was no.
Councillor Meehan? Councillor Meehan?
No.
Conseil Cloutier? Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Yeah, somebody got to do something about rural internet for my buddy Eli.
So, yes, Councillor Luloff?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Conseil Fleury?
Councillor Fleury?
Must be City Hall internet. I said no, Mr. Mayor. Apologize.
Merci. Councillor Kavanagh?
No.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor Deans?
Councillor Deans?
Sorry, no.
Thank you. Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Suds?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Councillor Menard?
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
15 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Transit Commission portion of the 2021 draft capital budget. Carried?
Dissent.
Carried.
Dissent by who?
Dissent by Menard, diesel bus purchases. Dissent.
And McKenney.
Okay. Yes. Information Technology Subcommittee portion of the 2021 operating and capital budget.
Carried.
Carried. FEDCO committee portion of the operating and capital budget.
Carried.
Carried. Item 7, approve that the city treasurer be delegated the authority to make the necessary adjustments to the 2021 draft operating budget and to make any necessary authority and debt financing adjustments to the 2021 draft capital budget to reflect the decisions of City Council.
Carried.
Carried.
Quick
Item
question,
8.
Mr. Mayor, quick question.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question to the treasurer, and I think I asked her the same question on committee. My understanding, you will be bringing back a report to FEDCO to tell us how you made the adjustment. Is that what I understand correctly?
In terms of the overall budget, is that what you're asking, Councillor?
Yes, ma'am.
What we will do is we'll provide a status report during the quarters, and those show the adjustments that we make as well through delegated authority.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Item 8, approve the city manager as delegate be authorized to make applications for any subsidies or grants on the city's behalf. The city clerk be delegated the authority to amend any bylaws and approve or execute any necessary agreements in order to implement the decisions of council. Carried. Item 9, as recommended by the Transit Commission, council requests the mayor to write to the Prime Minister as well as the Minister of Finance and Minister of Infrastructure to request that federal funding for transit includes operational costs along with capital investments to ensure a healthy city and healthy economy.
Carried.
And item 10 is recommended by the Community and Protective Service Committee. Request the mayor and the chair of CPS send a follow-up letter to Premier Doug Ford and Minister Stephen Lecce, requesting that the province confirm the 2021 allocations and include continued investments in childcare operations and the Safe Restart funding, and that the proposed cost-sharing funding changes be eliminated as the impacts to the childcare and early years providers would significantly impact the sector. Carried. B, the general manager of Community and Social Services Department, the director of Children's Services, in consultation with the Child Care and Early Years System Planning Advisory Group, to provide an update via memo to council outlining the impacts of COVID-19 and update and ongoing supports being offered to the sector once the provincial allocation has been announced. Carried. Okay, so motion to rise and report, Councillor Deans, please.
So is this on the full budget, Mayor, or when are we doing that?
Yeah, we have to do this and then the full budget.
Thank you.
We're moving to rise and report, Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mayor, that the Committee of the Whole rise and report to Council.
Carried? Carried. Next is a motion to adopt budget reports. Councillor Deans.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Meehan, that the 2021 draft operating and capital budgets listed as items 1 to 15 on the agenda set out below and including all matters approved in committee of the whole through the roadmap motion be received and adopted as amended. 1, the report from the Deputy City Treasurer entitled 2021 draft operating and capital budgets. 2, the report of the Committee of Adjustment entitled Committee of Adjustment 2021 draft operating budget. 3, the report from Crime Prevention Ottawa entitled 2021 Draft Operating Budget, Crime Prevention Ottawa. 4, the report from the Ottawa Police Services Board entitled Ottawa Police Service 2021 Operating and Capital Budgets. 5, the report from the Ottawa Public Library Board entitled Ottawa Public Library 2021 Draft Budget Estimates. 6, the report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled 2021 Draft Operating Budget for the Ottawa Board of Health. 7, Item 1 of Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 18. 8, Item 2 of the Audit Committee Report 9. 9, Community and Protective Services Committee Report 15A. 10, Standing Committee on Environmental Protection, Water and Waste Management Report 12A. 11, Item 1 of the Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 19. 12, Information Technology Subcommittee Report 3. 13, Item 1 of the Planning Committee Report 33. 14, Item 2 of Transit Commission Report 7. 15, Item 1 of Transportation Committee Report 14, and that any dissents and declarations of interest recorded during the Committee of the Whole session be deemed to be recorded in the Council session.
Okay, any comments?
So this
Councillor
is on the
Fleury. Councillor Fleury. Councillor Fleury.
I'd like to speak on the budget as a whole.
Go ahead.
Thank you for this, and thank you to the members of council, committee, and staff for preparing the budget. Look, to me, this is an unprecedented budget year. We've had unpredictable changes, and I'd hope for us to do something different. I know we're under a lot of financial pressure, massive drop in revenues, and we're trying to maintain the services that our residents are accustomed to. But we do have emerging priorities that have been apparent and very well documented through the pandemic. I wish that we would leverage existing plans as we've done for transit to properly respond to some of the housing concerns, some of the transit issues we've just discussed. So, it is a bizarre situation. I will be supporting the budget, but I am voting against a number of items, as you've seen me dissent. To me, housing is so fundamental. We really, really need to leverage all our dollars to maximize the investments. We can't be speaking in tens and hundreds of units. We have to be speaking of thousands of units built every year in our city to offer affordable units. We also have to offer supports for residents who want to live in the quality of life that whichever neighborhood they're in, and bylaw plays an important role in our protecting of communities in that regards. And I'll be looking forward to the annual report and their plan at CPS in March. I do believe there needs to be an increase in FTE for bylaw services to adequately respond to property standards and vacant housing. On transit, I spoke to that. I think we have an amazing plan in terms of the LRT, but we really have to take a deeper look in terms of how to fund operations, and it requires a more holistic conversations. And then on the police front, it's not that police isn't important, it's that the increase of budget this year, to me, is just not a priority. We're not hearing residents on the issues of policing. We're hearing quite the opposite: mental health, addictions, services. So I really feel that this budget falls short in that regards, and trying to stay the course. I recognize why we'd be doing that, to maintain levels of service and try to balance through, but I do feel that there's so many opportunities to execute on some of the plans we have in place, and I wish we had done so more aggressively. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting the budget today. In the 6 years that I've been on council, this is probably the worst budget we've ever had in front of us in terms of its priorities. The fact that we would think that it's okay to slap a family that's earning $40,000 a year with a high increase in transit fares, while leaving people without the supports they need in the community, without doing everything we can to help people get better housed, and then to just brush off the concerns of the social service agencies that we ask every day to go out and deliver services on our behalf, and just to brush them off because, that's their job to come and ask for money. Well, that's not the case. For years, they didn't come and ask for money. They stayed silent. And slowly, what we did is we took away more and more of their funding proportionately to other items on our budget. Social services has decreased and continues to decrease. So this is a budget that takes away from the people who need our help the most, and ensures that, I don't know what it means to stay the course in a global pandemic, but we are not staying the course, and things are getting worse in our city, and they're going to continue to deteriorate. And eventually we are going to have to pay for it. And those of us sitting around the table today or sitting on this call today, we'll have to look back and think, you know what, we could have changed it. We could have changed things today. We could have started investing. We pay $3,000 a month for a family to live in a motel with children, $3,000. But we don't want to take $5 million and reverse that course. The money that we pump into enforcement, the money that we pump into going after people who are just unwell, people who just need help, and it costs so much more, and they continue to get unwell because we don't have the services available for people anymore in this city. We used to. I used to be somebody who lived in poverty in this city, and we had services for people. We could actually pull ourselves out of poverty. It wasn't easy, but we could do it. We had the housing and we had the services available to us, but they are all gone. Every service that I used 25 years ago is gone today. They don't exist anymore. So people who are living in poverty today, I'm telling you, they don't have housing, They don't have the services they need. They are not able to pull themselves out, and they cannot get around this city. They cannot afford our transit. It is out of people's costs to be able to just move around our city. So it's a real shame that every small thing we tried to do here to at least reverse that was ridiculed. We were told we were silly. We were told people just show up to ask for money because that's what they do. So I'll continue to take your ridicule, Mr. Mayor, but I won't stop. This won't be the last time that I will come and ask for us to do the right thing.
Ms. Gray, the councillor just indicated that the social service budget has been declining over the years. Can you tell us whether that in fact is true?
Proportionate. From 2011 to 2018, it has gone down.
Councillor,
you called my name out. Taking into cost of living, I can give you the numbers. It has gone down proportionately.
I'll ask Ms. Gray. So Ms. Gray, has the operating budget for social services gone up or down in the last couple of years since this council? What was it the last 2 years ago, and what is it today?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd have to refer the longer term answer, but I can say that the 2021 budget that we're speaking at today is a 2.2% increase. And then in 2020, it was a, let me look at it. It was a 3% increase in the last 2 years.
3%. Okay, so that's gone up. Thank you. Other speakers to the budget? No? Sorry? Okay. So on the budget as amended, and for those of you who dissented on certain items, the deputy clerk will confirm that those are brought up to this vote as well. Is that correct?
Can we get yeas and nays on the entire budget, please?
Yeah, no, we're going to, but I just want to let you know that those of you who voted on specific items that may wish to support the budget as a whole, your dissents will be recorded. So yeas and nays on the 2021 budget, please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Councillor DeRose.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor McKenney.
No.
Councillor Meehan.
Yes.
Conseil Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Harder.
Yes.
Conseil Luloff.
Oui.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Conseil Fleury.
Oui, difficilement.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Sorry, just had an alarm go off. No, thank you.
Councillor Brockington. Yes, Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor King.
No.
Councillor Deans.
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Suds.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Mayor Watson.
Yes.
$18 yeas, 6 nays.
Great. Thank you all. And thanks to our very dedicated staff who worked extremely hard on this document. We appreciate all of your efforts. We'll take a 10-minute recess and then return with the rest of the council meeting that was not on consent agenda. So at 2:40, we'll reconvene. Thank you.
20 minutes.